Hello everyone and welcome to UNHCR's second annual Refugee Integration Conference. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, allow me to point out that you can submit questions and comments throughout the event by clicking on the question tab on the right side of your screen. Please try and specify to which speaker you are addressing your question, or it can be an open question for any speaker in the session. Let's start with an opening speech by the UNHCR representative in Cyprus, Ms. Katja Saha. Katja, to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, and a big thank you for being online with us today. I'm very pleased to welcome you at our second annual integration conference that will be taking place today and tomorrow. Last year in December, we held the first conference to explore with the very diverse set of stakeholders the opportunities and challenges entailed in the integration process. Now this year, the aim is to take this discussion further and explore with all of you, the members of the refugee community, governmental and non-governmental participants, legal practitioners, activists, and journalists, how the public narrative affects refugees' efforts to be included in the Cypriot society. The year 2020 unfolded under very challenging circumstances with the pandemic affecting all of us in one way or another. However, for refugees around the world, the pandemic was yet another layer of emergency on top of the already existing one. So we will certainly explore in our discussions how the pandemic has further impeded the efforts of refugees in Cyprus to become self-reliant and feel that they belong in Cyprus. The timing of this conference could have not been better, as it takes place at the same time when the national integration plan is expected to be finalized. So I take this opportunity also to commend the efforts put together to develop a very long-needed national level plan to serve as a framework for actions that are focused on housing and empowerment of refugees through employment, education, vocational training, and fostering awareness and empathy. The plan is thus a step in the right direction that we certainly want to support with this conference. The integration of refugees into the social, economic, cultural, and political fabric of European societies constitutes an important question across the continent. And despite the narrative we have all heard about Europe being faced with large numbers of refugees, we really shouldn't forget that 8 out of 10 refugees are not in Europe, but in countries neighboring their own. However, as we all know, in 2015 and 16, Europe was faced with an emergency situation caused by the surge in arrivals through the Eastern Mediterranean with more than 1 million refugees and migrants. Cyprus, at the same time, remained unaffected. And now, while the number of refugees in Europe has dropped significantly since 2016, Cyprus has been faced with an increasing trend, particularly from neighboring Syria, but also from other countries producing refugees, such as Somalia, Cameroon, Nigeria, and also from the so-called safe countries of origin. By the end of September this year, over 19,000 applications for international protection were pending in Cyprus. In addition, some 13,000 persons were registered as having been granted refugee or substitute protection status since 2002. Cyprus is in need of support and solidarity to face these additional challenges created by the increased mixed flows over the last years. An efficient asylum system that also promptly rejects claims from those who are not in need of international protection is paramount to the management of these flows, including both refugees and migrants. So UNHCR fully supports Cyprus in its efforts to quickly return rejected asylum seekers to their countries of origin, while ensuring that the scarce resources are really used to cover the reception and integration needs of those who come to Cyprus to flee wars or persecution. So a holistic migration management is required to tackle mixed situations, including migrants who resort to the asylum system in the absence of legal migration alternatives. UNHCR believes that Cyprus can win the bet of successful integration. While there is no magic recipe for integration, there certainly are some key ingredients: access to education, to employment, to housing, and to family unification. But the first step towards winning this bet is to create a welcoming society without discrimination, xenophobia, or racism. Without understanding that refugees are a resource when integrated, rather than considering them a long-term burden, integration programs are likely to fail. According to an opinion poll commissioned by UNHCR more or less 2 years ago, the general feelings of Cypriots towards refugees, migrants, and the phenomenon of migration in general were neutral to negative. So there is still a long way to go in terms of dispelling myths and enhancing awareness and understanding for refugees, and fostering acceptance and inclusion in general. This acceptance of refugees should also translate into legal integration with long-term residence permits and naturalization. Without a long-term perspective that enables refugees to really construct a life plan in Cyprus, integration attempts will be reduced to short-term survival plans. Family unification is a key element in this regard, apart from the humanitarian and moral argument in ensuring that the families divided by war or persecution are traced and reunified in countries of asylum. It is also not realistic to assume that refugees will integrate in Cyprus if their close family members are elsewhere. So integration starts from the moment refugees arrive in a safe country. Addressing the challenges that refugees face upon arrival is crucial. And that means that reception policies for asylum seekers should be designed to promote social inclusion rather than isolation and separation from host communities. Regrettably, many of the asylum seekers who are staying in the cities, the majority in fact in Cyprus, become destitute, homeless, or stay in very inappropriate conditions. The social allowances are still insufficient to secure private housing, and the homelessness issue remains a major challenge to address, as it also leads to exploitation of asylum seekers. At the same time, employment policies are not conducive enough to alleviate the situation caused largely by these important delays in the asylum processing. While many of those arriving in Cyprus are professionally qualified or highly skilled and wish to work and contribute to their host society, they can only work in a very few sectors until they have been granted a protection status, and this can indeed take several years. The government of Cyprus is working very closely with UNHCR to streamline the asylum system, and I also wish to commend on these efforts of the government to establish a fair and fast asylum processing that will also facilitate early integration. Of course, finding a job will remain problematic for refugees to language barriers and xenophobic attitudes some employers still portray. It is also important to improve the conditions at the reception centers for a smoother transition of asylum seekers and refugees to the life outside the camps. A prolonged stay in any overcrowded and closed camp, especially during the pandemic, generates immense frustration, boredom, and also feelings of dependency. Hence, wherever possible, UNHCR suggests to states to identify and promote alternatives to camps, particularly alternatives to closed camps or detention centers. Meanwhile, it is important to address these negative feelings, including through skills training, educational, recreational, and income-generating activities, particularly among the long stayers and adolescents. UNHCR acknowledges the pressures that increased arrivals over the last years have put on Cypriot asylum system, including on integration. And we appreciate the government's recent efforts to also improve the reception conditions and to really speed up the processing of claims. The National Integration Plan for Third Country Nationals is yet another very important step towards addressing integration in a comprehensive and holistic manner. And I certainly hope that this conference will further contribute to a very successful implementation of this integration plan. So I hope you enjoyed the sessions over these 2 days, and your active participation is really one of the ways that we can all advance the integration agenda in Cyprus. So thank you very much on my behalf in advance, and enjoy the conference.
Okay. Thank you, Katja, for this overview and introducing all the issues we will be discussing today and tomorrow. Moving on to the first session of our event and the central part of any discussion about human rights, the legal framework against racism and racial discrimination. Please bear with us a couple of minutes until we upload the first presentation for our next session. And just keep in mind for guests who have just joined that you may submit questions and comments by clicking on the questions tab on your right. My colleague Olga Komiti, head of the protection unit here at UNHCR, will begin the discussion. Just please give us a couple of minutes until we upload a last-minute presentation.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, Olga. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
Olga, just to inform you that the presentation is with Lily now. She's uploading it. If you can just begin until it's on.
I will begin. We'll begin by saying good morning, and I'm very glad to participate for a second year at the annual integration conference. I think it's a much needed conference in Cyprus, and the government as well has started organizing conferences on integration on an annual basis. We need a stage to discuss the concerns of refugees, how we can advance on this matter, both on legal and social issues, and foster a dialogue between the authorities, the decision makers, and the persons concerned. I can begin my presentation, and I hope that you will soon have it on your screens. I was invited to speak about the legal framework with a focus on the national legal framework, but I'm covering also the gap, or mainly the gap on the international legal framework and the European legal framework, because this is where it has all begun in Cyprus. So it has all started from a principle that has been proclaimed in the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. This is not just a proclamation, this is not just a principle. This has taken flesh in all the conventions, human rights conventions that were adopted from there on. The Universal Declaration was adopted in 1948, and we are now almost a century after that adoption. So this principle is reiterated in all international and regional human rights treaties, and the human rights legal framework also contains international instruments to combat specific forms of discrimination, including against migrants, minorities, people with disabilities, discrimination against women, racial and religious discrimination, or discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Now, the main instrument for racial discrimination, that is the issue we are discussing at this session, is the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which is specifically devoted to the elimination of discrimination based on race. According to Article 1 of this convention, racial discrimination is defined as any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, which has the purpose or the effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, the enjoyment, or the exercise on an equal footing of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, or any other field of public life. The prohibition of racial discrimination is absolute. This needs to be understood and accepted. The prohibition of racial discrimination applies in all matters pertaining to both private and public life. This is repeated in Article 4 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which provides that the states may adopt to respond to public emergencies threatening the life of the nation, cannot discriminate on the ground of race or color or sex or language or religion or social origin. So even in the case of emergency, no discrimination is acceptable. Now, back to the Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, Article 1, which provides for affirmative actions. So the states are not only expected to respect the different races, but also to take affirmative actions to protect any person, citizen or non-citizen, from racial discrimination. So states are required to adopt special measures for the sole purpose of securing adequate advancement of certain racial or ethnic groups or individuals requiring such protection as may be necessary in order to ensure such groups or individuals an equal enjoyment or exercise of human rights. Such special measures are not considered to amount to racial discrimination, provided that such measures do not lead to the maintenance of separate rights for different groups and are not continued once their objective has been achieved. The Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, as you know, every Can you hear me now? I hope you can hear me now. Are we back? Okay, I'm sorry about that. I probably pressed something unintentionally while changing the slides. So I was talking about the general recommendation number 30 that was issued by the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and I explained that there is a committee for each UN convention that overlooks the implementation of the provisions of that convention by the states that have signed and ratified the conventions. So the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has issued some 20 years ago a general recommendation number 30, which provides guidance to states in relation to the applicability of the anti-discrimination prohibition with regard to refugees and displaced persons, as well as non-citizens, including on issues related to hate speech and racial violence, access to citizenship, administration of justice, and expulsion and deportation. And we're going to look at those recommendations. First of all, the committee outlines the responsibilities of the states and tries to clarify the content of Article 1 of the Convention. Now, Article 1 of the Convention in its paragraph 1 provides, defines the racial discrimination, and in paragraph 2 provides for the possibility of differentiating between citizens and non-citizens. This is causing a lot of confusion on whether those rights apply or all rights apply equally to citizens and non-citizens. Let's look at paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 says that concerning nationality, citizenship, or naturalization, the legal provisions of state parties must not discriminate against any particular nationality. So from this, we can conclude that Article 1, paragraph 2 should avoid undermining the basic prohibition of discrimination. This is in the guidelines issued by the very committee of the convention, overlooking the convention. So it should not be interpreted to detract in any way from the rights and freedoms recognized and enunciated, in particular the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So Article 5 of the Convention incorporates the obligation of state parties to prohibit and eliminate racial discrimination in the enjoyment of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. State parties are under an obligation to guarantee equality between citizens and non-citizens in the enjoyment of these rights to the extent recognized under international law. So, under the Convention, differential treatment based on citizenship or immigration status will constitute discrimination if the criteria for such differentiation, in the light of the objectives and purposes of the Convention, are not applied pursuant to a legitimate aim and are not proportional to the achievement of this aim. So this is the deciding factor to come to a conclusion and to decide whether an act constitutes discrimination on the basis of nationality or immigration status or not. Now, differentiation within the scope of Article 1, paragraph 4 of this convention relates to special measures and thus is not considered to be discriminatory. Now, state parties are under an obligation to report fully upon legislation on non-citizens and its implementation, and include periodic reports in appropriate form, data, statistics on the non-citizen population within their jurisdiction, including data disaggregated by gender and nationality or ethnic origin. That's why it's particularly important to keep, to maintain and disseminate data, because these are telling. This can tell us, for example, on the fundamental right to education, how many non-citizens children attend school in relation to the population. We will then be able to draw conclusions on whether these rights actually materialize in relation to non-citizens in Cyprus or any other state. So the committee recommends a number of measures. First, general measures, the review and the revision of legislation as appropriate in order to guarantee that such legislation is in full compliance with the convention, in particular regarding the effective enjoyment of the rights mentioned in Article 5 without discrimination. It also calls the states to ensure that the legislative guarantees against the racial discrimination apply to non-citizens regardless of their immigration status, and that the implementation of legislation does not have a discriminatory effect on non-citizens. The committee also calls states to pay greater attention to the issue of multiple discrimination faced by non-citizens, in particular concerning the children and spouses of non-citizen workers, to refrain from applying different standards of treatment to female non-citizen spouses of citizens and male non-citizen spouses of citizens, to report on any such practices and to take all necessary steps to address them. In addition, the committee expects states to ensure that immigration policies do not have the effect of discriminating against persons on the basis of race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, and ensure that any measures taken in the fight against terrorism do not discriminate in purpose or in effect on the grounds of race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, that non-citizens are not subject to racial or ethnic profiling or stereotyping. As regards hate speech, the committee calls states to take steps to address xenophobic attitudes and behavior towards non-citizens, in particular hate speech and racial violence, and to promote a better understanding of the principle of non-discrimination in respect of the situation of non-citizens. And in addition to that, it is expected that states will take resolute action to counter any tendency to target or stigmatize or stereotype or profile on the basis of race, color, descent, and national or ethnic origin members of non-citizen population groups, especially by politicians, officials, educators, and the media, on the internet and other electronic communication networks, and in society at large. I would like to draw your attention to this recommendation and interpretation of the Convention of the Committee of the States' obligations deriving from this convention. As regards access to citizenship, the states are expected to ensure that particular groups of non-citizens are not discriminated against with regard to access to citizenship or naturalization, and to pay due attention to possible barriers to naturalization that may exist for long-term or permanent residents, and recognize that deprivation of citizenship on the basis of race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin is a breach of states' obligations to ensure non-discriminatory enjoyment of the right to nationality. The states are also expected to take into consideration that in some cases, denial of citizenship for long-term or permanent residents could result in creating disadvantage for them in access to employment and social benefits in violation of the Convention's anti-discrimination principles. I think this is an important recommendation, considering that there are many refugees in Cyprus living for over 20 years who have not accessed citizenship yet. The states are also expected to reduce statelessness, in particular statelessness among children, by, for example, encouraging their parents to apply for citizenship on their behalf and allowing both parents to transmit their citizenship to their children. They are also expected to regularize the status of former citizens of predecessor states who now reside within the jurisdiction of the state party. This group of recommendations on expulsion and deportation of non-citizens are particularly important for migrants and refugees. So the states are expected to ensure that laws concerning deportation or other form of removal of non-citizens from the jurisdiction of the state party do not discriminate in purpose or effect among non-citizens on the basis of race, color, or ethnic or national origin, and that non-citizens have equal access to effective remedies, including the right to challenge expulsion orders, and are allowed effectively to pursue such remedies. Ensure that non-citizens are not subject to collective expulsion, in particular in situations where there are insufficient guarantees that the personal circumstances of each of the persons concerned have been taken into account. The states are also expected to ensure that the non-citizens are not returned or removed to a country or territory where they are at risk of being subject to serious human rights abuses, including torture and cruel or inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. This is, of course, in line with the principle of non-refoulement that is contained in the 1951 Refugee Convention, as well as Article 3 of the Convention Against Torture and of the European Convention on Human Rights. States are expected to avoid expulsions of non-citizens, especially the long-term residents, that would result in disproportionate interference with the right to family life. And this is particularly important considering that there are persons in Cyprus, including in the asylum process, for over 10 or at instances 15 years. As regards access to justice, the committee expects states to ensure that the non-citizens enjoy equal protection and recognition before the law, and in this context to take action against racially motivated violence and to ensure the access of victims to effective legal remedies and the right to seek just and adequate reparation for any damage suffered as a result of such violence. In order to ensure the security of non-citizens, states are expected, in particular with regard to arbitrary detention, are expected to meet the international standards. So ensuring that conditions in centers hosting refugees and asylum seekers are not amounting to arbitrary detention is an obligation that stems from the International Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The states are also expected to ensure that non-citizens detained or arrested in the fight against terrorism are also properly protected by domestic law that complies with international human rights, refugee, and humanitarian law. In addition, the states are expected to combat ill treatment of and discrimination against non-citizens by the police and other law enforcement agencies and civil servants by strictly applying relevant legislation and regulations, providing for sanctions, and by ensuring that all officials dealing with non-citizens receive special training, including training in human rights. And this is what we do on a regular basis with the police as UNHCR. It is also recommended that states introduce in criminal law the provision that committing an offense with racist motivation or aim constitutes an aggravating circumstance, allowing for a more severe punishment. It is also expected that the states shall ensure that claims of racial discrimination brought by non-citizens are investigated thoroughly, and that claims made against officials, notably those concerning discriminatory or racist behavior, are subject to independent and effective scrutiny. Lastly, in relation to justice, the committee expects states to regulate the burden of proof in civil proceedings involving discrimination based on race, color, descent, national or ethnic origin. This is particularly important, so that once a non-citizen has established a prima facie case that he or she has been a victim of such discrimination, it shall be for the respondent to provide evidence of an objective and reasonable justification for the differential treatment. Now, at the European level, the European Commission, the European Union, on the basis of the Treaty of the European Union and the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, is founded on the value of equality and non-discrimination, and through its policies should combat discrimination based on racial or ethnic origin. So the Racial Equality Directive represents a key measure in this regard as a framework for combating discrimination and giving effect to the principle of equal treatment. Although significant progress has been made towards the realization of racial and ethnic equality, there are still several challenges that remain to be overcome. The aim of the Racial Equality Directive is to establish a framework for combating discrimination and to give effect to the principle of equal treatment in the EU. It operates alongside the Employment Equality Directive, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of religion or belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation, and the Gender Equality Directive, and Gender Equality Directive on Goods and Services, which prohibit discrimination on the basis of gender. Under the Racial Equality Directive, EU member states are required to prohibit discrimination on the grounds of racial or ethnic origin and are authorized to adopt specific measures to prevent or compensate for disadvantages linked to these grounds. So we see that there is, again, in line with the Convention for the Elimination of Discrimination, there is again a provision for positive action by EU member states. So in order to give effect to these aims, member states are required to adopt a range of measures and a particular architecture, so a judicial or administrative procedure, which may include conciliation, but must be available for individuals to pursue their rights. In the course of such procedures, the burden of proof should be shared between the claimant and the respondent, and effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions should be available. Several measures are required in order to assist and support victims pursuing claims. So one or more equality bodies should be assigned to offer assistance to victims pursuing complaints. And EU member states must also authorize civil society organizations to engage on behalf of or in support of a claimant in judicial or administrative proceedings, which may include NGOs, trade unions, or the equality bodies themselves. Equality bodies are also to be empowered to undertake a range of promotional activities, namely the publication of reports and recommendations and the conduct of independent surveys. Member states are also to take steps to ensure that provisions adopted pursuant to the directive are disseminated, and finally, member states are to promote dialogue between the social partners, employers, and employees with a view to the elaboration of policies to promote equality, as well as a dialogue with NGOs. Equality bodies are also to be empowered to undertake a range of promotional activities, namely, oh, sorry, I've said that. We go to the next slide. With the ratification of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, as well as with the subsequent amendments introduced to the Basic Law, Cyprus established a number of offenses relevant to combating racism and intolerance in conformity with the recommendation of the Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. So the offenses include incitement to racial hatred, participation in organizations promoting racial discrimination, public expression of racially insulting ideas, and discriminatory refusal to provide goods or services. Article 2 of this national law renders criminally liable those persons who incite acts which are likely to cause discrimination, hatred, or violence against persons on account of their racial or ethnic origin or religion, establish or participate in organizations that promote propaganda aiming at racial discrimination, express ideas that insult persons by reason of their racial or ethnic origin or religion, refuse to supply goods or services to people by reason of racial or ethnic origin or religion. Sorry. And there is also, in relation to the criminal code, other provisions that punish racial discrimination and discriminatory acts. So Article 47 provides for the publication of a seditious with a seditious intention. Article 48, the intention to promote feelings of ill will and hostility between different communities or classes of the population of the Republic. Articles 51 and 51A, which provide for the calculated statement printed or published to encourage recourse to violence on the part of any of the inhabitants, or to encourage recourse to violence or promote feelings of ill will between different classes of communities or persons in the Republic of Cyprus. The Penal Code also provides in Article 138 that the destruction, damaging, or defiling of any place of worship or any object which is held sacred by any class of persons with the intention of thereby insulting the religion of any class of persons, or with the knowledge that any class of persons is likely to consider such destruction, damage, or defilement as an insult to their religion. And Article 142, that the publication of a book or a pamphlet or any article or letter in a newspaper or magazine which is perceived by a group of people as a public insult to their religion, with intent to ridicule such religion or to shock or insult its followers. Lastly, there is Article 149, the uttering of any word or the making of any sounds with the deliberate intention of wounding the religious feelings of any person in the hearing of that person, or any gesture in the sight of that person, or the placing of an object in the sight of that person would also constitute a criminal offense. As regards the transposition of the European directives that were mentioned before, there are now 3 laws in the Republic of Cyprus: the law on combating racial and some other forms of discrimination, which relates to the authority, the Equality Authority, under the Commissioner for the Administration, which purports to discharge the Republic's obligation to appoint a national equality body under Article 13 of the Race Directive. The Equal Treatment Racial or Ethnic Origin Law, which purports to transpose the Race Directive, and the Equal Treatment in Employment and Occupation Law, purporting to transpose the Framework Directive. Under Law number 42, the Commissioner for the Administration, or Ombudsman, is appointed, who is an independent official appointed by the President of the Republic as the specialized body to combat racist and indirectly racist discrimination, as well as discrimination forbidden by law, and generally discrimination on the grounds of race, community, language, color, religion, political or other beliefs, and national or ethnic origin. This body is also expected to promote equality of the enjoyment of rights and freedoms safeguarded by the Cyprus Constitution or by one or more of the conventions ratified by Cyprus, and referred to explicitly in the law, irrespective of race, community, language, color, religion, political or other beliefs, and national or ethnic origin. The responsibilities of the Ombudsman also include the promotion of equality of opportunity in the areas of employment, access to vocational training, working conditions, including pay, membership to trade unions or other associations, social insurance and medical care, education, and access to goods and services, including housing. How all these national laws are implemented, the speakers that follow my presentation from the Office of the Commissioner for the Administration, the Ombudsman, as well as the police will explain and analyze more. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga, for this very comprehensive presentation on the legal framework. Let's move on to our next speaker for this session. Representing the Office of the Commissioner for Administration, the Ombudsman, is Mr. George Kakotas to talk about racial discrimination in Cyprus, a review of the current situation from the perspective of the Cyprus Anti-Discrimination Body. George?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, George, we can hear you.
Okay, hello everybody. I would like firstly to thank the Office of UNHCR Cyprus for their invitation to participate in today's conference and the opportunity they are giving us to present our views and our work in the field of anti-discrimination and human rights protection. Even though Olga made some references to our competences, I would like to also add that we are an institution that was established in 1991 by law. We are an independent public authority with main competence to examine individual complaints regarding decisions or actions taken by public authorities as to whether these decisions or actions violate the principles of law, the human rights of the complainant, or the principles of good administration and proper behavior. If after the investigation of a complaint, the Commissioner concludes that such a violation occurred, she prepares a report which she submits to the implicated authority with recommendations to change the controversial decision or action. Olga also mentioned that since Cyprus' accession to the European Union, we have also been appointed as Cyprus Equality Body with main responsibility to combat discrimination in Cyprus, and that in that framework we again investigate individual complaints regarding cases of discrimination in Cyprus. And also, as it has already been said, we have a mandate to work in the framework of promotion of equality and take actions in the nature of prevention and education in matters regarding discrimination. As Olga said, the international and national legal framework provides extensive protection from discrimination on the basis of a person's race and ethnic origin. And that protection covers hate crimes, discriminatory treatment or behavior, victimization, as well as protection Okay,
we can see you now.
Okay. Were you able to listen to me? Hello?
Moment we lost your video, but we can see you and listen to you now.
Okay, thank you. Such protection is covers hate crimes, discriminatory treatment or behavior, victimization, as well as protection from discriminatory regulations, criteria, or practices. Further to that, we think that an important case law development, which reinforces the legal framework against racial discrimination, and especially against online hate speech, is a decision taken by the Nicosia District Court in January 2019. In that case, the court found that a Cypriot woman was guilty of racist comments on Facebook that were directed towards the Asian wife of another Cypriot citizen. and imposed her a fine of 800 euros. In this breakthrough decision, the judge finally expressed the opinion that there is a problem of racism in our society which we need to address, and also that the fact that racist instances are not prosecuted does not mean that the problem is not there. Our experience in dealing with individual cases reinforces the position expressed by the court in the case I just described. Despite the existence of an extensive legal framework against discrimination, in practice, there are still phenomena of racism and xenophobia in Cyprus, mainly directed against the migrants who live in Cyprus. I would like to indicatively refer to two cases of discrimination on the basis of race and ethnic origin, which our equality body recently examined and for which the Commissioner made interventions. The first case concerned a video that was posted online in October 2019, showing three Cypriot women racially assaulting another person on the basis of her ethnic background. The Commissioner made a public statement about the incident in which she strongly condemned the physical and verbal assault against the victim and the degradation of her human dignity. Furthermore, the Commissioner corresponded about the case with the Chief of Police and conveyed her views regarding the need to investigate the incident as a hate crime. Finally, we were informed by the police that the examination of the case was conducted under the supervision of the Specialized Police Office Against Discrimination, and that the perpetrators were prosecuted under the law, which provides for combating certain forms and expressions of racism and xenophobia by means of criminal law. In another case we recently examined, the Commissioner filed a report regarding the racial discrimination that a black football player faced in a match played in March 2020. The player was verbally abused with racist comments during a football match from players of the opposite team, as well as other persons who were in the stadium. In the report, the Commissioner stressed the responsibility of the state to apply preventive and combative measures in respect to racial incidents, and also to provide protection and support to victims of such incidents. Relevant recommendations were submitted to the police and the Cyprus Football Association. Further to the above examples, we also sometimes receive and investigate complaints from or on behalf of migrants which concern racial discrimination or mistreatment by public officers or individuals in the private sector. Even though the nature of these complaints makes it often hard to verify the allegations, by a number of different people in different circumstances is an indication that the problem exists and that it needs to be addressed. Our experience also shows that women domestic workers are particularly vulnerable to discrimination, including racial discrimination. In view of this, the Commissioner filed in 2019 a systemic report regarding the institutional framework which regulates domestic work in Cyprus. In the report, the problematic aspects of the existing framework were highlighted, and relevant recommendations were made to improve the situation, including a recommendation to implement a holistic revision of the policies of residency and employment of domestic workers in Cyprus in ways that will eliminate their high vulnerability to discrimination. We also regularly receive complaints regarding the difficulties that children of families of long-term migrants face in renewing their resident status or accessing citizenship through naturalization. A relevant report was issued by the Commissioner last year regarding one such family that had resided in Cyprus for 19 years, addressing the fact that its three children who were born or brought up here did not have a resident status. Additionally, in the past, the Equality Body has also investigated and intervened in cases of racist attacks against migrants, racial incidents in schools, and cases of racial profiling by the police. It is for this reason that the specific issue of racial profiling is always addressed by officers of the Equality Body during presentations that they regularly give to police officers in cooperation with the Police Academy. Another group of people who are very vulnerable to discrimination are the people who apply for international protection in Cyprus. Despite the fact that both international and domestic law secure a range of minimum rights for asylum seekers, our experience shows that they are often victims of discriminatory treatment, which results in them facing difficulties in accessing basic social goods and services, including access to healthcare, welfare, education, employment, and adequate housing. This problem seems to have been aggravated by the economic situation we're currently facing and the restrictions imposed by the authorities to control the coronavirus pandemic. Even in the case of people who are eventually recognized as refugees or hold a subsidiary protection in Cyprus, we still observe practices which create difficulties for them in finding work, acquiring the Cypriot citizenship, and integrating in the society. Our institution, in the framework of its competences, has done a number of systemic interventions to public authorities to safeguard the rights that the law provides to asylum seekers and people with international protection. Examples of such interventions are the systemic reports that were submitted for the following: regarding the conditions of the reception centers, with recommendations to improve both the infrastructure of the centers as well as the services provided to support the people who live there. A report regarding the shortcomings and the institutional framework regulating the granting of material reception conditions to asylum seekers who reside outside the reception centers. Specific recommendations were made to increase the allowance provided to reflect today's conditions in the housing market, to expand the employment sectors accessible to asylum seekers, and to supplement welfare support in cases of part-time employment of asylum seekers. Also, a systemic report was submitted concerning the handling by the immigration authorities of claims of family reunification submitted by recognized refugees. Another report was regarding the non-examination of applications filed by rejected asylum seekers to reopen their applications based on new evidence. And also a report regarding the special measures that were implemented at the reception centers to control the spread of COVID-19. The Commissioner had also made a number of recent interventions regarding individual cases of asylum seekers or recognized refugees. Such examples are the interventions made regarding the delays observed in the delivery of welfare benefits to asylum seekers, as well as the long delays in the examination of applications for international protection. And also a report on the handling of an application for the granting of minimum guarantee income to a recognized refugee mother of 2 children. Reports have also been filed and intervention made regarding the delays or the rejections of applications by refugees to acquire the citizenship of the Republic by naturalization. In our interventions, we pointed out the obligation of the Republic as a contracting state of the UN Convention on Refugees to facilitate the assimilation and naturalization of refugees and to expedite naturalization proceedings. Regardless of the actions and the wide range of efforts made by a number of stakeholders and NGOs, migrants still face many difficulties in their everyday lives in Cyprus and are often victims of discrimination, including institutional discrimination, which is often harder to detect than discrimination exhibited by individuals on a personal level. This fact is clearly reflected in both the number of the complaints we receive and the subject matter of these complaints. Today, thousands of migrants reside in Cyprus and contribute in our economy, often in sectors where Cypriots are reluctant to work. Some of these people are long-term migrants who have established close family and personal ties in our country. More than 1 in 10 of the children who attend public schools are children of migrant origin. This is a social reality that brings our society and our state authorities face to face with major challenges. Maintaining policies that keep migrants marginalized and limiting or denying their access to basic social rights is not beneficial to our society. On the contrary, it can have negative long-term consequences and even create social unrest. A new comprehensive and effective integration strategy of migrants is needed to combat social exclusion. One which will not only challenge structural inequalities regarding access to basic social goods, but will also facilitate and encourage greater participation of migrants at all levels of the society, including decision-making. In order for this integration strategy to be successful, it should have as its main goal the protection of the fundamental right to equality. In conclusion, I would like to thank again the Office of UNHCR in Cyprus for that invitation and assure all of you of our commitment to contribute the collective effort that is needed to strengthen the level of protection of human rights of migrants in our country without discrimination. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, George, for your presentation. On behalf of the Office of the Commissioner for Registration, it is one of the most crucial independent officials, especially in our line of work and in our discussion for human rights. It's very important that we have you with us. Let me just point out that you can post questions in our question tab on your right-hand screen, and we will try to address all of them at the end of each session. Also, something for our speakers. As a speaker, you have access to navigating the slideshows of that are uploaded on our platform. Please do not navigate or use the arrows on your keyboard when other speakers are presenting, because what you are affecting the presentation. So it's great if you just allow the speaker to navigate their own slide presentation. Just to also mention that we currently have 100 online participants, which is great that we have this participation. We hope that you will stay with us until the end. And let us move on to our next speaker to discuss existing gaps in law and policy. We have with us Ms. Nicoletta Charalambidou, a human rights, immigration, and asylum lawyer with specialization in EU law. Nicoletta, on to you. Okay, so it seems we have a connectivity issue with Nicoletta. If Dr. Nikos Trimikliniotis can join us at this point, and then we can go on with Nicoletta's speech or presentation after Nikos. Nikos, are you here with us? Dr. Nikos Trimikliniotis, a professor of sociology, social sciences, and law, is a senior expert heading the Cypriot team of experts on fundamental rights for the Fundamental Rights Agency, and is here to discuss with us about the role of the anti-refugee sentiment in undermining legal frameworks and refugee integration policies. Nico, thank you for joining us. Hello again, everyone. Sorry, we're experiencing a few technical difficulties. We're trying to get our next speaker on stage. We will be with you in a couple of minutes. Just please bear with us.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nico. We cannot see you, though.
Oh, let me. You can see me now.
Can you
see me
turn on
now?
your camera? Yes, we can see you now.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Your
Let's begin.
presentation
I
is
was
also
expecting to
on.
have to speak a bit later, but let's go.
Thank you for joining us, Nico. Thank you, listen.
Thank you. I will be addressing an important aspect of the work. I think the kind of role of, the title of my talk is the role of anti-refugee sentiment in undermining legal frameworks and refugee integration policies. Let me start by saying one thing, however, clarifying one thing. It's not just a question of sentiments, it's also a question about key things about policy. And policy can be declared or undeclared, it can be intentional or it can be unintentional. And here we're dealing with policy and sentiment. Please bear in mind also that the notion of the sentiment contains this idea that it is somehow a spirited response. If we take Plato's original tripartite division of the soul, it's about the bathos in Greek, about the idea that this is something we cannot control. My argument is that this is actually something that is directed. It is resulting of politics and policy being used by those who want to mobilize and for their own interest, other reasons, economic ideologies, as a resource, the fears, the prejudices, the hatred, all the kind of low side and negative things of emotions rather than the positive things of emotions. So that's an issue that we need to address. So let me now move to the to the next slide, which is basically what I'm trying to say here is that we're dealing here with a general policy, I think to a large extent intentional, that wants to generate a hostile environment. This is a declared policy, given that there is an approach to create a policy approach that wants to create ensure that Cyprus does not become a kind of a pull factor, as it is known. I put places in inverted commas. And beyond this, there is a general approach which undermines the basic principles of a rights-based democracy and integration. And here, by integration, I define integration in the way that most scholars define it, which is basically equal participation, access, and belonging. There is also a lack of a policy and an absence of proper regulation, which results in unintended and intended consequences of marginalization, exclusion, dehumanization, and exploitation, which is the necessary framework which creates the problems that we're facing today. Now, the first thing that I want to refer to is that we are dealing with a long-term failure of regional and national policy that has to be addressed in this way. It's a failure, and partly it's a result of the regime that we're dealing with, the regime that we're dealing in the last few years. Now, in 2019, we had increases in the numbers of applications of asylum, and there was a big response. The response was that this was the result of a policy failure. Now, the issue that we have to bear in mind is that once there is a blockage of the legal routes and the possibilities to have a legal migration in Cyprus, such as long-term residence, family reunification, single permits, also the fact that many could not apply for to stay in Cyprus. The result is that these were pushed to the asylum side of things, and the result was that we have this massive increase in backlogs in the numbers of applications for asylum. The other problem is this idea of the visa of the visa regime, which creates debt bondage and exploitation. Now, this is the opposite of what the discourse is today, and what the effort that we're trying to make now by blaming the victims, blaming the students who are victims of exploitation and debt bondage, which is what is happening now. Rather than give them rights, the idea is repression and hunt them down sort of policy. There is also no substantial integration policy. Even there has been no, and now there's a new integration program. I understand it's going to be discussed later. But the basic problem with this is that it is essentially about, it is not an integration program that looks at things from the point of view of migrants and as well as asylum seekers and refugees. It is essentially about supply side measures aimed to absorb EU funding for projects that already are in existence or future projects of which have been tested and have failed to integrate both migrants, asylum seekers and refugees, as we'll show further down. And the other problem is that we have a situation where the routes of refugees and migration flows via Turkey is unfortunately depicted in the most negative terms. I mean, now this is the only route that people can come from to Cyprus because of the way in which this is conflated to the Cyprus problem and the division of the country. So in other words, we have a situation here where Syrians, for instance, who the only way to come to Cyprus is via Turkey or via the northern, the occupied north. They are treated as if it's a responsibility of Turkey, and Cyprus has supposedly no responsibility to deal with this issue. And I think this is a major flaw and a major problem. Now we have since the beginning of the year of 2020 a new kind of policy frame. We had already seen a process whereby there was a deterioration of reception conditions, poverty, homelessness, which was coupled with a deterioration of the terms of the debate around migration. So there was a conflation of migration, immigration, and asylum as if it's one thing, and this ideology of the bogus refugee applicant. The idea is that to treat them all, the presumption is that they are bogus applicants, and therefore they should be treated. And I think this has created a problem which carries on generally, and it's exacerbated in society. So by the beginning of 2020, we have a new policy frame that was announced, and the new policy frame, rather than enhancing rights of asylum seekers and by pushing for more integration, regularization, and the kind of positive agenda, it was based on a negative agenda. It was based on this idea that we have to reduce access to rights for asylum seekers and refugees and migrants in general. It was part of the anti-immigrant policy that has carried on. And with the pandemic, we had a perfect storm. The perfect storm, which created and generated an even more hostile environment towards asylum seekers, towards refugees, and to migrants in general. And this was based on this idea that we have a new and austere repressive regime invoking hygiene. So the hygiene state of exception, as I called it, on the one hand, and on the other, we had the development, the pushing through of new anti-immigration policies with changes in the constitution that reduced the time that asylum seekers could apply, and pushbacks at sea and land for the first time, which is a kind of a violation of the non-refoulement principle that Olga spoke about earlier. And for some time, we had a suspension of the asylum right to asylum, which created a problem. And the whole point is to restrict appeal and establishing a system whereby most asylum seekers cannot apply for asylum, or at least cannot appeal against it and reduce their rights. Now, this is the policy that we're dealing with now, which is a major problem that we have to address. In this context, we had the detention, the de facto detention for asylum expanding, and the Burnara was converted into a detention camp. We closed the notion of closed the reception center, which means detention in practice, at the time when we should be ensuring that people are not kept in closed places, in prisons. Everywhere in the world, there is a problem of dispersing and doing something about the overcrowding in prisons and detention centers. In Cyprus, we had a situation where open centers became closed centers, closed detention camps. At the moment, Burnara has about 900 people in there, which was designed originally for 300-400 people. But what is worse is that there is such poverty and homelessness at the moment. There's a new practice of refusing access to asylum that results in a situation whereby, a paradoxical situation, whereby people, rather than sleeping rough, would prefer to go and stay at least under the shelter of a detention center. And that's how bad the situation is. Now, in this context, we had two things emerging. One, a kind of popular solidarity, and I think that's a positive thing. We had people who were unhappy and are unwilling to go along with the new rampant hate speech that is generating all this problem now. And I think that's a really great thing, that we have to talk about the resources of society as opposed to what is going on at official level. But at the same time, we have a new integration action plan. And again, I think this is problematic. That does not address the real problems, that which is basically to enhance the rights of access, participation, and belonging in our context, refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants in general. We have a situation where there is an expansion of labor trafficking and extreme exploitation. This is widespread now. We have a situation which with a wholly inadequate framework for actually the inspection. The recent events in Cyprus, this slaughterhouse, with the appalling conditions of the people living there. 95 people were found being COVID in appalling conditions, and they have not been inspected since 1917. The problems with delivery workers, who are largely made up of asylum seekers and poor people, as well as farm workers. Asylum seekers and refugees can actually work there. Now, this means that the employment conditions have deteriorated, and there is a major problem in the way we're dealing with this issue. Now, let's look at what we mean by integration. Now, and I think this is the EU tool of measuring the basic benchmarks of social life across policies, and a policy framework which has EU legislation which countries have to implement in their own legal systems. We have a situation here where these are 7 key benchmarks. The first one is labor access and mobility. In other words, the opportunity to have access and to be part of the labor process. In Cyprus, there is a very, very restricted regime at the lowest level of persons who can work there. We find people who are asylum seekers and can only work in very, very limited spheres of work. There should be opportunity for family reunification. This is largely denied because most asylum seekers in Cyprus, if they're recognized refugees, they're not recognized as refugees. They are recognized only to get the subsidiary protection, which means that they can't bring their family. So the right to family reunification is thrown out of the window. Education is a major problem because it is confined to merely treating the issue of language deficiency rather than broader opportunity to participate in education and training at work and to progress in life in general. This is not available to most refugees and to most asylum seekers in Cyprus. Civic participation, well, I mean, the situation is terrible. We have one of the lowest civic participation for asylum seekers and refugees and migrants in general in Cypriot political and social life. Even in the making of the integration program, how many migrants and refugee organizations were actually, by migrants themselves, were actually represented and were consulted? I think the report was written in English in any case. The right to long-term residence, again, a major blockage there. The vast majority of people cannot apply. I mean, majority of third country nationals, including people who are refugees. access to citizenship is a major blockage. Olga mentioned it earlier, and I think this is another issue. Very few Arab people who are staying here for for a long time have access to citizenship, and the problem of access of combating discrimination in Cyprus is extremely problematic. There is widespread discrimination, and very little is being done on the subject, despite the EU laws and regulations that are there. Where is Cyprus in this context? Well, if you look at the program MyPEX, which was done 10 years ago, 8 years ago, I think it was 2011, 2012. If you look at the 31 countries, which included some other countries which have a long traditions in dealing with migration and integration, such as Australia and Sweden and United States and all the rest of them. Cyprus is number 30 out of 31 countries who are part of this. This has not changed. I would argue that the situation has deteriorated if you look at the 7 benchmarks of policies in Cyprus. Migrant workers and many refugees and asylum seekers work in construction sites. If we look at what is going on in this field, we see the recent death from a labor accident of one of the workers who was working on the 28th floor is an illustration of the problem where I'm trying to say, of working in appalling conditions. The terms and conditions of work have deteriorated, and in the current situation, this is a major issue. But this brings me to the point around on anti-immigration and anti-refugee xenophobia. This is the far-right group which was demonstrating in 2011. This is exactly what is going on now. In fact, what has going on, this has become mainstream. And I think this is a major problem we're dealing with. The concept of illegal immigrant, illegal immigration, lathrometanastis and lathrometanastevsi in Greek has become normalized now. It has become normalized in the talk of ministers, in the talk in commentators, in the media. There's a regular violation of, countless regulation of violations of the journalistic codes of ethics by media outlets. In fact, there are so many that there's not even enough time to complain about them anymore. There's exaggeration, scapegoating, and moral panics through this hysteria, anti-immigrant and anti-refugee hysteria at the same time. And this is at the time that the opposite is happening at a popular level, at another level, of many people who are expressing their solidarity and support. And they're not happy with the distortions, the exaggerations, the fake news in what Gustave Le Bon, famous quote that the larger the lie, the more often you repeat it, which has become the motto of what is going on at the same time. We have a very inadequate, a very problematic framework of combating racial hate speech, no convictions, largely racial crime remains unreported and unaddressed, and this is a major problem that we're dealing with. But there is another aspect which I want to kind of finish off with, and this is how hate speech is becoming ingrained in this notion of culture as the key new discrimination or against refugees. What I'm trying to say here, the discourse, it's in their culture of these migrants, all the migrants now, and particularly people who come from Muslim origin, for instance, who are considered to be backward, in inverted commas, and it is widespread now. We hear this by ministers saying this. We hear the police regularly reporting this. The media are saying this all the time, and I think this is a major problem in the deterioration of the discourse. Even in the case of the slaughterhouse owner, Cypra, who went on and he issued a statement, a written statement, saying that who's to blame for the fact that such a massive number, 93 people had were detected with COVID-19 in appalling conditions of work. As I said earlier, who was to blame for this? They said he blamed who? He blamed the Ministry of Interior for sending asylum seekers to the food industry, and who are mainly of African origin, he said, and they are very young, and we cannot communicate with them because of their culture and their idiosyncrasy. These were the terms used. Don't forget about what ministers have said recently, who said that it's in their culture for people to have violence in the inner city. Or the police statement talking about the culture, the police spokesperson who said that it's in the culture of migrants to carry knives, as if all these, all these migrants having their culture, this sort of thing. I think this is a very, very problematic issue that has to be addressed at different levels, at the level of policy, at the level of education, at the level of change of discourse. And don't forget that we have a very, very inadequate system of mechanisms of dealing with these questions of hate speech in Cyprus. There's no private procedure, civil procedure to address this, and private criminal procedure requires essentially the support of the Attorney General. The Attorney General has not prosecuted a single person for hate speech in Cyprus, and I think this is a major issue. So this is where we're at. And I think that I take courage from one thing, that there is a growing movement that wants to change this. In spite of the fact that we had a neo-Nazi table, a Nazi party tabling a bill prohibiting all Muslim signs, which was defeated this time. And there is the incident with the headscarf shows what a problematic approach we had, where the family of the student has never received the result of an investigation, and the headmaster who was involved in the process dismissing the student who was wearing a headscarf, getting a promotion. We have a situation whereby there is a larger number of people who are completely unhappy with the current situation. They are offering their support on a daily basis. Where the state is failing, and it's failing miserably, they are coming in and they are trying to support. They are trying to to express their solidarity, not only in mobilization, but in actually providing support on a daily basis. Now, there are a few people outside the Ministry of Interior, outside the immigration office. Even there, people are expressing their solidarity. So I take courage from this. I take courage from the fact that solidarity can prevail over repression. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico, for this very timely presentation and for the final optimistic message of your presentation that solidarity will prevail. That's what we are all hoping for, and that's why we are always trying to keep up with the discussion. I see that we have Nicoletta Charalambidou with us. Let's start with your presentation. Thank you for joining us, Nicoletta.
Thank you very much, George. Thanks, UNHCR, first for the invitation to talk at this important conference that comes at a very timely in relation to integration and anti-discrimination against refugees and migrants. As I fully agree with the previous speaker, Nikos, the situation currently is, I would say, getting out of hand, but I will explain later on in my presentation. I was asked to speak about existing gaps in laws and policies. Olga very well described and analyzed the legal framework in relation to racial discrimination in Cyprus, particularly the International Convention on Racial Discrimination, and also the relevant Equality Directive. I would just like to add in that respect that when it comes to asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants in general, we have another whole body of law, which is EU law, which also provides for anti-discrimination. It includes in all the common European asylum system directives and in all the migration directives, anti-discrimination provisions. And this is important because in the specific context of asylum seekers or refugees or migrants, there are specific provisions on anti-discrimination in the European Union directives or regulations so as to address the specificities of this category of persons. This is one thing I wanted to add, and also another thing I wanted to add in relation to anti-discrimination provisions is the ratification by Cyprus of Protocol number 12 to the European Convention of Human Rights, which, and this is very important, which prohibits discrimination on any ground in relation to any right provided in the law, in any law. So this is a very general anti-discrimination provision that prohibits, if a right is provided in the law, you don't need to go into specific legislation to see if there is a specific anti-discrimination provision. You can rely on Protocol 12 in order to challenge discrimination. Now, in relation to integration, I wanted also to add possibly that we've seen that there has been a discussion about integration and inclusion at an EU level for many years now, coming also from European-wide networks on equality or anti-racism. What is the best terminology to use, and what do we mean by integration or inclusion, because we've seen a two-line approach depending on which matter we have been talking. The good thing is that we have the European Commission presenting the new EU Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion 21 to 2027, and we can see that the two notions of integration and inclusion are more merged in order to address in the same way the integration and inclusion needs or aims in relation to migrants, refugees, and third country nationals in general, the same way we have been addressing the issues of inclusion of national minorities or Roma minorities in EU member states who are citizens of EU member states. So this is a progress in terms of how integration and inclusion are addressed, at least at EU level. And of course, there are many other action plans which are have been adopted at EU level, like the Gender Equality Strategy 2020-2025, the LGBTIQ Equality Strategy, a forthcoming strategy on the right of persons with disabilities, which should be able also to address, and this is also important for migrants and refugees, multiple forms of discrimination, which very often go unnoticed. And I will explain why many times migrants or refugees, a migrant with a disability, or a refugee, or a woman refugee, or a woman migrant may have multiple may be discriminated against on multiple grounds, and this very often is going unnoticed, and this is something we should address. Now, in relation to the legislation in general gaps, I would like to speak about the gaps. We've seen that we have legislation. Actually, Cyprus is one of the best member states of the EU in ratifying international human rights instruments. The problem, of course, is their implementation. But there is a piecemeal approach in this legislation that we have adopted, and which creates problems, in my view, in relation to its implementation. We have a piecemeal approach because we have different legislations on anti-discrimination in relation to different areas, covering different people, and we don't have a solid, unified legislation prohibiting discrimination and racism, so that there is legal certainty as to what applies, to whom it applies, and what are the remedies one can have when it comes to discrimination or racist attacks or racist speech, etc. What I mean is that we adopted the piecemeal approach we have at EU level, because there are various directives on gender equality, on racial equality, on religious disability equality in employment only. So the EU has, for its own reasons, because of its competences, that they have different competences, and possibly it would be difficult to have a horizontal anti-discrimination legislation. We adopted the same piecemeal approach in Cyprus, and this is not very helpful. For example, it is obvious that this is not very effective, because up to date, we don't have, apart from the case that the representative of the Ombudsman referred to, the couple of cases, we don't have any type of case law in relation to a discrimination, either on racial equality or on gender equality or any other type of discrimination on different grounds. And this is problematic, and it shows that something is going wrong, and we don't have effective implementation of the legislation already in place. The other problem, unfortunately, is that by adopting the EU directive on racial equality, which includes in it a misconceived exemption of nationality discrimination, in the racial discrimination directive includes an exemption in relation to nationality, which has been misconceived as allowing the different treatment of third country nationals, whether they are migrants or refugees of any status. It has been misconceived and misunderstood as if you want, not providing an obligation to take into account all other international instruments, including the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which prohibit discrimination on grounds also of nationality or citizenship. So this is, again, it shows the way the authorities, the state of mind when they speak about discrimination and when they speak about how to treat third country nationals on grounds of which perceive that it allows different treatment on grounds of their citizenship. However, very often the discrimination or different treatment on grounds of citizenship just because someone is a third country national, it implies indirect discrimination on racial origin or ethnic origin, and this is also accepted and understood by the European Commission as well. So we have seen that Olga described very well the various offences created under the ratification legislation of the International Convention on Racial Discrimination, and also the transposition of Racial Equality Directive, which, however, as Nikos rightly said, are not implemented. We have not seen a single case, for example, of prosecution of hate speech against migrants or refugees, or on grounds of religion, or and we have many incidents, and they have been reported to the Attorney General, even though no action was taken. So it's not so much, it is a matter, there are gaps in the legal framework, in my view. We should have a simple horizontal anti-discrimination legislation which would provide for legal certainty, and would also abide by our obligations in relation to EU law, because I've seen the presentation, for example, from the representative of Ombudsman, Mr. Kakotas, saying that, and Olga also mentioned that, for example, the Ombudsman has been appointed as the equality body. I totally disagree. I cannot see the Ombudsman as being the equality body which we have an obligation to have under Article 13 of Directive, of the Racial Equality Directive, because it does not have one of the major functions of an equality body, which is the provision of the assistance to victims in pursuing their complaints. We don't have any such mechanism for providing assistance to victims in pursuing of their complaints under Article 13 of the directive. What the Ombudsman is doing, to the extent that it's doing that, is to examine complaint itself as a body, as an independent mechanism, but it does not provide assistance to victims of discrimination to pursue their claims either in court or with any other authority. So in my view, I cannot see the Ombudsman as having the full functions of the equality body under the Racial Equality Directive. And this is something that needs to be addressed, because one of the reasons we don't have complaints from migrants and refugees and third country nationals in relation to discrimination is the fact that nobody is there to actually support them. There are certain NGOs, they are not funded for these persons, they are not for this purpose, they are not provided as a recognized equality bodies in that sense, in the sense of Article 13 of the directive. Therefore, you have a completely ineffective and inefficient and rotten transposition of directive, of the Racial Equality Directive in relation to that aspect. Let alone the second reason why the majority of third country nationals, including refugees and asylum seekers, do not complain about discrimination, is because they have so many problems in surviving and have their basic needs covered, where we see, of course, discriminatory treatment in relation to all aspects of their lives: housing, employment, access to their basic needs, despite the relevant provisions of the Reception Conditions Directive, which prohibits discrimination. So they don't really have the capacity, and they don't have, if you want, the willingness or the strength to file complaints in relation to discrimination. The other thing I wanted to mention is that it doesn't seem that there is an actual political will to implement any policies, anti-discrimination policies, when it comes to racial or ethnic origin discrimination. Quite the contrary. I would add, in relation to what Nikos said, that not only we are not, the government is not discharged by its obligation to implement an anti-discrimination policy and to adopt anti-discrimination measures and effectively implement the legislation in place, it does the contrary. And it does the contrary also in a way that creates problems amongst migrant communities. For example, discrimination should be prohibited and amongst third country nationals themselves. So nobody can explain why refugees or asylum seekers of African origin, the majority are detained in Burnara, or some of them have no access to any kind of reception conditions, like the ones Nikos mentioned earlier, that they're outside the immigration police seeking access to asylum and reception conditions, whereas the Syrians are treated differently. This also creates a problem, the discrimination and different approach and different treatment of various communities in the country when they come to apply for protection. And this is something that we have been seeing very lately with the current government, because there is different treatment which is not justified on any ground. Let alone that, anyway, right now we have a situation where the rule of law does not apply. The refugee law does not apply. None of its provisions when it comes to access to asylum is properly implemented. People don't have access to the asylum procedure, let alone to equal treatment in relation to covering their basic needs or to access reception conditions. Another issue that was mentioned, and I wanted to also see it from the perspective of gaps in the policies and also legislation, is the issue of naturalization as one of the, if you want, the most important aspect of full integration and inclusion in the host country for third country nationals, migrants, and refugees. Because naturalization obviously is the means which one can feel that they have full access to all the rights on equal terms with others, which is the main component of integration and inclusion of migrants and refugees. We have various gaps there as well, because firstly, we never implemented properly the provision of the Geneva Convention in relation to an obligation to facilitate the naturalization of refugees as a means of durable solution. So our citizenship legislation was never amended to take into account this aspect in relation to refugees. This is one major obstacle. Whereas the second major obstacle is that our citizenship application is very much, basically, provides for wide margin of appreciation and wide discretionary powers of the Minister of Interior or the Council of Ministers to grant or not to grant citizenship. And this is problematic because in a rule of law state, in a rule of law country, the law would provide for the requirements and the conditions someone needs to fulfill in order to have access to citizenship, and should not be left on the discretionary powers of the Minister of Interior or the Council of Ministers, with the unfortunate results that we see recently in relation to corruption around naturalization of investors, for example. And I don't know why investors should be facilitated in having access to citizenship, whereas refugees or other migrants who reside in the country for 20 or 25 years have been fully included and integrated in the country, cannot have access to citizenship as a means of durable solution. This is something that we need to again address and to explain the obligations arising also from the Geneva Convention, but also to facilitate access to naturalization. And in any case, the way this state has been treating the investor scheme in relation to naturalization, it is also a form of discrimination on social or other status, because it takes into account the investment people can bring in the country. Therefore, it could be considered, even though it tries to regulate very different situations. However, at the end of the day, since no measures are taken for any other group of persons to facilitate their naturalization, I would consider that it has elements of discrimination. What I would like to close with this intervention is the fact that what is more important, in my view, is the fact that we never had, since Durban, if you are asking me, we never had a proper action plan and proper policies to tackle discrimination on grounds of race or ethnic origin and racism per se. Even though we may have had certain initiatives on paper, which the state is often presenting as actual action plans, etc., I don't believe we never seen any proper action plan with all the necessary elements of an action plan, i.e. to address legislation, to review legislation, to decide on the various actions that need to be taken in order to address racism and discrimination on every level of society, private and public sector. We never had this. And I hope that the newly announced integration plan on migrants and third country nationals, which I don't know what it includes, but in my view, it should have been first and foremost be the outcome of a very broad consultation, including the migrant and refugee communities themselves. But also, if we want to have a proper integration and inclusion policy through a proper and appropriate action plan, it should bring equality and non-discrimination at the center of it, and perhaps it's a good opportunity to discuss a proper action plan in relation to discrimination and racism. Thank you.
Nicoletta, for your intervention and for this very comprehensive presentation. A number of issues have been mentioned by Nicoletta, including the issue of unsystematic and partial measures to address the issues, the need for a horizontal anti-discrimination legislation, a question about the function of the Ombudsman as the anti-discrimination body, the issue of naturalization, and the need for an anti-discrimination, anti-racism action plan. At this point, and before we go on to our next speaker, let me just mention that we did extend an invitation to the Ministry of Justice, particularly for this session, and unfortunately they were unable to join us. Hopefully we will be able to have them with us at our next event. And since part of Nicoletta's presentation was regarding the need for an anti-discrimination action plan, maybe it would be timely at this moment to mention that the European Union has recently published its own anti-racism, anti-discrimination action plan 2020-2025, which is available online for citizens, civil society, and states to utilize. Let us move on to our final speaker for this session. Police Surgeon Ms. Costandia Lilly works at the Office for Combating Discrimination at the Cyprus Police, and she will discuss the issue of reporting, investigating, and prosecuting hate crime, the procedures involved, and the challenges. Thank you for joining us, Costandia.
Me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Costandia. Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Costandia, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Thanks very much for the invitation. Together today we're going to discuss some important issues about the hate crime issue. We're going to see what is hate crime exactly, what is the legal framework, the national legal framework that I thought that Olga covered me before, okay? And we're going to see the procedures as concerning the reporting, investigate, and prosecuting hate crimes. And at the end of this presentation, I would like to share with you the challenges, problems, and obstacles that we have as concerning the reporting problem, and as concerning why many cases are not take the strict convention or even a convention in the court. So, can I pass to how to change the slide? Okay, it's okay. It's clear to you, the slide, because for me it's not clear. Thank you. Okay, now what is a hate crime? To identify the hate crimes, we have to firstly identify two important elements. The first element is that the crime, the act must be a crime under the criminal code or under any other national legislation. And the other second important element is that the crime must have been committed with a bias motive. And what we exactly means by this, the crime is motivated by prejudice, and the target, where is a person or its property, is intentionally selected based on protected characteristics or characteristics, because as Nicoletta said before, we have multiple grounds of motives, and these protected characteristics, which are legally protected by the laws, are nationality, racial ethnic origin, color, religion, language, gender identity, gender orientation, as you can see in the slide. Or the target is perceived that carries the protected characteristic, or the victim is associated with a group of people or the community as a whole that share that protected characteristic. And this is the seriousness about these crimes, that the attack is not personal, but it's against the whole community. And the consequences of such a criminal act, as we can see, and it was proved by historical facts, is that it's only just to the fear, phobias, or races, but at the end, we have more catastrophic results as genocide, terrorism, and wars. And again, historically proven is that the most important wars around the world, it was based on bias motive. And let's remember the Crusaded War, the American Civil War, that time with the blues, North and South, the Nazis' extreme war against the Jews, and that's why the international and European level keep very, very much emphasis on how to combating such crimes. And now,
Costandia, let me interrupt.
we have a very rich legislation in our legal system, as Olga said before, and I'm not going to analyze this because has been analyzed before. The most important in this slide is that we have the new section in the penal code, is the 35A. It was enacted 3 years ago, and it defines that the accredited factor of bias has been considered very important as a very important factor, and the judge has to be studied it very well to give more strict penalties if any offense of the penal code is proven that is motivated by bias. And we have also another legislation, some of them are not mentioned before, is the ratification of the Convention on Cybercrime, is the law 26 of 2004, under the Convention of UN also. And in this point, I would like to tell you that we have condition, as Mr. George said before, we have a condition under this law as concerning a woman that insulted an Asian girl were adopted by a Greek family, and we have a conviction on fine. And also as concerning the law above, the ratification law of international confessional elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, we have also conviction, and one of these convictions, this is not proud to say, but it was against a policewoman who insulted very badly in Menoya, and was in the media, this case, and also the policewoman was convicted, also in fine, now is not working in the police. We have also another 2 cases with the Ailiotis legislation. We can see here the legislation of the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination. And as concerning the last legislation that we see, which is the most important one in our legal framework now, is the compulsory certain form of expression of racism and xenophobia by means of criminal law. We have also conviction on this case, on this law, and we have very many cases now pending in the court under this legislation. What is important to be mentioned here is that after the entrance of the law, the above law, the law 134, which was enacted transforming the UE Council Framework Decision of 2008, it was an important law because they criminalized public provocation to violence on hate against a group of persons or member of groups, which has these protected characteristics of race, color, religion, national or ethnic origin. And after this law, the introduction of this law, the police has to take more strict measures as concerning how to recognize such crimes, how to identify that crimes, and how to investigate it. So we proceed to issue a policy document, of in cooperation with the Ombudsman, and that's aiming to implementation of both proactive and aiming of more effective measure and training for rectification, collection, investigation of such crimes. And now, what about? Please don't touch the slides, because I saw the slides too. Thank you.
Other speakers, please do not touch the arrows on your keyboard because it affects the presentation.
Yes, I can't see what I'm talking about.
So please, speakers who are connected to our event with speaker status, do not navigate the presentation of the speaker who is currently on the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, let's come to the reporting procedures now. If someone was to report a crime, he or she can report it to the police station under the jurisdiction that the crime was committed, or to the district criminal investigation department, the CID's department, if the crime is more serious. If we have a case, a report that it involves cyber hate crime, they can do this through the webpage of the police. There is a specific technical skills there that they can report. However, according to the police standing order, any offense or incident shall be defined and registered as hate crime if it is reported as such, or if it is perceived as such, either by the victim, either by the person who was present, a member of the police, either by the Ombudsman, or any other person acting on behalf of these victims. Now, because we have the under-reporting issue, which is a big problem from all police around the world, it's not only Cyprus problem, but because we have this problem with the under-reporting issue, all our instruction from European Commission was that we have to look further, and so our office additionally collects data information from additional official searches or non-official searches, such as, for example, we check again all the police station logbooks, we take information for NGOs and other non-police agency, we study the media reports, and if something is perceived as hate crimes, we recorded it, either if we have the victim statement or not, or if we have information that such crime occurred, we try to contact the victim or other people involved to get statement from those people, so we can open a penal case. Now, as concerning now the recording procedures, it's important to be mentioned that we collect statistical data since 2005, data of offenses and incidents of any racial nature or racial motive, and in general hate crimes, are collected and analyzed by our office. We make the analysis and make the subcategorization of bias motives, which are related with the following categories that you can see: is the race, the community, language, color, religion, political and other beliefs, ethnic origin, special needs, age, sexual orientation, or the subcategorization of other. When we understand, we identify that it's a bias beside this crime, but we don't know what is exactly the bias in such category. Our recording data present all the officially recorded crimes. Either they take the procedure of investigation, or they stay as an reported incident when the victim, for example, don't want to go to court, just come report the crime because he wants to report it, but he don't want to give statement or to proceed to court and trial. We have also information about all the penal case open and their process until they go to court and have the result. You can find there in our statistic, in the page of the web page of the police, in the when you go to the press room, you can find the file statistical data, serious offenses, racial incidents, and you can find also the number of convictions there. And I can understand why before it has been mentioned that we will have no conviction until now. We have conviction until now, and we're waiting to have more, because in the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of penal cases are before the court and are under the procedure of the trial. Apart from these records, we have also the record, the type of crime. What was the act? It was a verbal abuse, it was a bodily harm, or malicious damage to a property. And also we record down the victim and offender nationality. This gives us the opportunity to see as a police which communities are more affected by such behaviors. And then we have the subcategorization of bias motivation. Now, for example, we have a complaint, we have the victim statement, and we can take the information that we want. There is a specific investigation skill, which is this was have been bought by various manuals of international and European organizations that give us the guidelines how to investigate such crimes. And it's very important because the first things that the investigator has to do is to identify if this incident or crime was based on bias, and he can make or she can make various questions based on 3 different aspects. If you see, this is the victim, the facts of the crime, and if we have some information about the perpetrators, we're concentrating on this question, asking if the victim, for example, has protected characteristics or is perceived that carry those, as the victim strongly involved in the protection of human rights of vulnerable groups, has no other dispute with the perpetrator. For example, there is no difference, they have no difference between victim and perpetrator. There are no personal, no economical, no other moral disputes. So this gives the subject that something is going wrong. So maybe it's a hate crime immediately. And also we study how the crime was committed. It was committed by more than 2 persons, because usually the extremist, the racist, classical, typical model of criminals are acting incorporated, are not acting alone, are acting in groups, or at least with more than 2 persons. And the crime was committed in vulnerable groups location. We have some cases years ago that we have some hate crimes occurring in the Nicosia, where vulnerable groups location are living there. The crime was committed in a specific date relevant to the victim's characteristic. This is also very important because we have a case in Larnaca years ago. It was in the Jewish synagogue, and it was have a special event, some special event about the Jewish religion in Saturday, and the Friday night, the previous night, some people was painted with spray in the building of the synagogue, the Nazi swastika. That immediately goes to hate crime. And in this, we also study in the same place and time have occurred before other hate crimes. As concerning now the perpetrator, we study, we analyze, we try to find out if before, during, or after the crime expresses any hate speech, has committed or been involved in similar incidents or crimes before, is a member of extremist or other fanatic groups, he left any particular simple graphic of message. This is also very important. We don't have many cases such this in Cyprus, but we take our measures to training to police officers to understand and to identify immediately when we saw such and also I promote this information to the participants because it's very important if we have such sign. I told you before the symbol of swastika in the Jewish synagogue years ago in Larnaca. These groups are usually the typical white right extremist groups of the classical racist model, and their modus operandi is consisted by their target, that is the protected characteristic of a specific person that carry those, the place, which is the vulnerable communities, as we said before, the time, nights or early mornings, usually because the most refugees, the most vulnerable communities are from the working class, and they go early in work or they end in their works at night. We have a lot of these cases in European, other European countries. We have some cases and study them also. And we know that the time is it's very important for those groups if they act together. And the action is unprovoked, and this is very important here. There is not intention from the victim, there is no dispute, as we mentioned before. And the stand of those groups is also, this is very, very important, is the neo-Nazis typical classical modus operandi. The stand is independent and independent. I mean that they don't feel sorry, because as we see before, their target, their purpose is to insult the whole community's dignity and nature. If we have this clear image, then we will identify immediately that it's a hate crime. We have also made such classical criminals in Cyprus. We have such cases that are now under the procedure of the court. We have a conviction of a young man. It was a teenager, and it was in the football match, and he made public statements to violence, to promote violence and hate against particular group, and he flying with the swastika. And because he was teenager, he was convicted with 72 hours of working of community work. So we try to implement the legislation as more as we can, because usually we don't have this classical, typical offender, and we're going to see the challenges and the problems that many of these cases don't go before the court, but the classical type and the modus operandi usually is based on these behaviors. Now, when the penal case is finalized, the investigator of the police station of CARITAS submit the case, the penal case, to our office. We study the case, we see if something is missing, we send it back for more investigation or more of other missing documentation in the file. When it's completed, we make suggestions to Attorney General, and the Attorney General's independent authority has the power, and this is also very important to understand our participants. Someone knows that very well, but it's very important to say that all these crimes, hate crimes, the category of hate crimes, are passed to the power of Attorney General, who has the power to conduct the case, to take over, to continue and discontinue, suspend it in any proceedings against any case, against any person, in any time. So, Attorney General decides, he gives his order, and if we have a hate crime, he can prosecute the case in court as a hate crime, or as a combination with other crimes, or he may decide that it's not a hate crime, he's going to be in the trial, but will not be as motive. And the court then, he can make the, if we are lucky, conviction, strict penalties, or not. He has the power for suspension, interruption, acquittal. So this is the process of the penal case. If the process, even if it's undetected, also it passes to Attorney General. If we decide, if we saw that, if we make a suggestion that is no crime, always it passes to Attorney General. So all cases are passed to Attorney General, and in which he decides, based, of course, on the evidence in the file, based on many other maybe complexities that there is going to study as depending how is the penal case finalized. Now, I can't find my presentation. Oh, thank you. Now, what is the challenges now? And why we believe that, and it's a fact that many cases go undetected. And because in most cases, we cannot identify the perpetrator. If we have the classical type of criminal, the most cases go undetected because we don't have information about who did this. You know these people that have done this to you. No, it was a knife. I couldn't see. It was carrying black mask and all these things. Fortunately, we have with this, we have a case with criminal typical offenders that we identified in 5 months after the attack, and now the case is also in court. We hope that because we make a very good investigation report, I also write down in this case that it was obviously that it was a hate crime, it was unprovoked, the act, it has all the necessary elements that to recognize them as a fanatic, racist person. And the problem is now that we don't have always this identification. Sometimes we identify the perpetrators, but there is no efficient evidence that to prove that the intention was absolutely hate motivated, and it's definitely proven in court. And there is a different type of criminals with complexities in motives and intentions that we cannot, the bias motivation cannot absolutely be proven in the court, and that's why we don't have a conviction on some. Or that's why sometimes the Attorney General decides not to go to court under these legislations. We have problems and complexities as concerning the hate speech and this little fine line between the freedom of expression. Most cases are lost because at least it was found out that they was under the freedom of expression. And we have also sometimes difficulties in the legal framework because we didn't mention this before. All hate crimes, the legislation covered hate crimes, said that the act or the statement must be in public. And for example, if the statement, the act is not in a public place or be shared in a public, then we have problem to implement the legislation. What is the other problem now during the court procedures? Sometimes we finalize the case, we have all the evidence, everything is okay, we hope for a good conviction, and at least we can find the victim. The victim may be left the Republic of Cyprus, the victim maybe decide not to come to court to testify, to give the testimony, and if we have no statement, testimony in court by the victim, then more cases are a lost case. We have the problem sometimes they just maybe ask some documentation, for example, medical examination. If we are talking about bodily harm, the victim didn't go to have a test examination. Maybe some they ask for a psychological report. Such lack of documentation surely costs to the conviction. And the problem is that, as I said before, in these crimes, the court has find out that the intention is absolutely proven. It was a bias-motivated action, and there is no doubt that the evidence meets the standard of hate crime motive. We try to overpass all those problems. We do our best. That's why we need the help of all participants to cooperate together to find solution. For example, why there are so many complexities. Why, for example, the action has to be only in public place to be covered by the legislation. We're going to discuss all this when we're talking about the new anti-discrimination policy. The other big challenge now that is
Costandia, if I may interrupt you, sorry about this. Just a reminder about the time because we are already running a bit late for our next session. Just keep it in mind.
I'm trying to finish very quickly.
Thank you so much.
Very quickly. Okay. We have the under-reporting issue, which is a chronic problem in global policing. Researchers demonstrate that hate crimes and national statistics present the tip of the iceberg. If you saw here in the graphs, you can see that we divide this problematic issue in 3 levels. The first level is the police and criminal justice issue. This means that the people don't trust the police, they have lack of confidence, they have fear to come and report it. And the police issue covers the most dark figure, is the truth. All police, European police has this problem and we try to overpass. We have the social issue, for example, many victims are undocumented persons, undocumented immigrants. They are afraid to come with the status of the social status of undocumented person to report it. We have the long and cost time in procedures in court, which is also a matter of social policy. Some others, they don't know that there is a legal framework that, and what happened to them is a crime. That's why we need here again another framework in social policy for give all this information to the vulnerable communities. Police unfortunately cannot do all this by himself. And we have also the personal issue. This issue is most often in the LGBT communities, that they don't want to disclose their identity, or Some of them, they don't accept the fact that I'm a victim of a hate crime, and they try to overpass it by their self. This is a big problem, and we invite all the participants, and we try to overpass also this problem, to give the new message to these people, to refugees, to asylum seekers, to all vulnerable communities, that brutality in the police is stopped, because we have orders. We have a police order that all members have should demonstrate respect and to mass record collect, identify, and investigate effectively all the hate crimes. We should not refer to them to the protected characteristics of community in an offensive way, and of course to avoid the Russian profile, particularly from departments of the traffic department, the drugs department. Okay, the immigration department has the right to check these people, but in the other department, the Russian profiling must be avoided. Apart from this, it's very important to say to participants that there is a code of police ethics, and which controls and all issues as concerning the professional behavior of the police officers during the performance of their duties. Many police officers have penalties, have disciplinary cautions in their personal file. This ensures is confidential in the police, but if you can ask them, the independent authority can also give you some statistics. And surely all police members now has to be more careful in their duties and show the proper respect to all citizens. Another important subject here is that we signed 3 years ago, the police, Cyprus police, a memorandum of cooperation with a non-governmental organization, and the purpose of this is to further improve and develop the closer cooperation between these parties for protection and promotion of human rights, and of course for combating also the hate crime phenomenon. At last, I would like to inform you that we invest a lot of hours in training, and I believe this is the best that we can do. My office is responsible for this. Who continues to improve the education, training. I make lecture and seminars in all levels, in all ranks of the police position, in certain programs, investigator, in CID programs, and we reach the police curriculum, training curriculum as much as we can, so to avoid all this misconduct and to provide more professionalism to the public. I don't have any other time, so I was so quick. The message that I want to send you is that hate crime affects all of us. For combating it, we need to report it. Even if the case is going undetected or is maybe in the procedure will close, we have to report it. We have identification and investigation, and this is a demand. This is not just our duty, it's a demand of the victim, and the dignity and respect is a right. This is my message from Cyprus Police. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Costandia, for this very informative and comprehensive presentation. This concludes our first session, and we have a number of questions to address to our speakers. Although we are a bit late, we will attempt to answer most of them. I will ask the speakers to try and be as brief as possible in answering these questions. And if we don't manage to address all of them, we will attempt to do so at the end of our final session for the day, for any questions that will remain unanswered. Let us start with the first speaker and a question that was submitted on social media, and to mention that our event is also live streamed on Facebook. A question for Olga Komiti is relating to the legal framework, but also to a very important aspect of inclusion and integration for the ability to travel and for freedom of movement. The question is, can you tell us about the travel documents that will be granted to the holders of subsidiary protection? Olga, if you could address this.
Thank you for the question. Although it's not necessarily related to the anti-discrimination legal framework, I'll gladly respond to it. There is a requirement for biometric travel documents through the EU regulation, as well as the IATA convention the past 12 years, which has now finally materialized into the issuance of such a biometric travel document for subsidiary protection beneficiaries. According to the law, which is in line with the qualification directive, this travel document should enable subsidiary protection beneficiaries who do not possess or cannot renew their national passports to have a travel document to enable their freedom of movement. So, in summary, it's a biometric document. It looks like a passport. It should facilitate travel, and those who do not have a national passport or cannot renew their national passport are entitled to it. For those who don't know, refugees are always issued with a travel document because in being recognized as refugees, it has been recognized that they lack national protection. When it comes to subsidiary protection beneficiaries, though, because this may be granted for reasons of indiscriminate violence, and therefore the state is not unwilling, but is unable to protect its citizens, and the national protection does not cease by definition, it's just ineffective. Persons granted subsidiary protection for this reason can retain their national passports and then would not need a subsidiary protection travel document.
Thank you, Olga. Let's move on quickly to another question. A question by Emilia Strovolidou to Dr. Trimikliniotis. What is your take of the Media Code of Ethics and the Radio Television Regulation in relation to correcting the media narrative as you have described it in your presentation? Do you consider that additional corrective measures should be introduced? Nico, if you are with us, you could address this.
Yes. Basically, the ethics committee has no real power. It's a recognition, and I think that's a major problem that we have. There are major problems when it comes to regulation of this kind. One, we have the ethics committee, which has no power. It has only power to issue a statement and a decision that says that so and so has violated their ethics on this point, and it's up to them. The newspaper has to publish it, but it's a voluntary code, and the newspapers and media channels, whatever, voluntarily decide where to publish this if there's a decision against them. So I think that is a problem. Secondly, because it's voluntary, it creates also other types of problems, in that the newspapers themselves, this is primarily about newspapers, decide for themselves who is going to be involved in this process, and many times they don't respond, they disagree, they feel angry, or they publish it somewhere in their pages where it cannot be seen. So it's not a learning process as a voluntary thing. Two, when it comes to regulations, to regulating the other media, there is the Radio and Television Authority. Now, they have the power to impose fines. One of the few occasions in which there was a fine imposed against Fagianakis, this singer who made a blatantly racist remarks about refugees coming to invade in the country, and a complaint that a number of people who made complained against it, including myself, against the program by this guy who has a TV program, and they imposed a fine. The Cyprus Broadcasting Authority took the matter to court and refuses to pay. and the matter is pending before court. So we'll see what happens. But since then, there has been such a deterioration of discourse that what Sagianakis said and was considered to be outrageous, and there was a condemnation by everyone, including the Equality Body at the time, including all the others, including the Radio and Television Authority, has become mainstream. I mean, the media are saying this everywhere. The ministers are saying the same thing now. The government and officials are saying this. And we have a deterioration of public discourse. So in that sense, we are before a crisis position. We will publish soon a report, which we did on the presumption of innocence, on how it's applied in Cyprus. And one of the issues we deal with is public utterance of guilt. When it comes to asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants, the public utterance of guilt and the attribution of guilt is routine from now. It's so and so, a migrant who did this, a refugee who did that, without a conviction, without anything. And there you will see that the kind of things that we propose that there should be an alternative regulation with binding decisions, where there should be an independent body, and so far we know that there is no independent body properly looking into this. The Equality Body has not issued a decision on the subject in the last 3 years, has not published a decision in the last 3 years. They don't publish even statistics in the annual report. So we're dealing with a situation that there is an institutional crisis as well as a general crisis when it comes to this matter. So in terms of regulating public discourse and enforcing the decisions against hate crime, we are far, far behind, and there is a deterioration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nikos. Let's see if we can address a few other questions for our speakers. We have a few questions for Ms. Costandia Lilly from the police. One of them is from Ms. Tina Stavrinaki. Costandia, if you are with us, you can join the stage. The question is, could you please give us an example of a case the jury decided that the standard on hate crime motive was not met?
Was not met. I think I have a lot. Just a moment to check here. For example, in 2010, okay, we have a case with 21 convictions. 21 convictions. The cases that brought to court was 32, and we have 21 convictions. These cases was has the 16 cases from the 32, and from the 21 that we have conviction in 16 cases. That what was it? Was a teenager go to Limassol, in an area in Limassol where there was a very rich houses, okay, with the inhabitants there were from Germany, from England, were foreigners. They threw stones in the houses. They make a lot of damage in the houses. They take all the neighbor and they damage any house of the foreigners. And they insult and they express a hate speech, but they didn't put it in the conviction because that time, for example, we didn't have the law enacted, the law 134 enacted in our legal legislation. There is also 6 convictions in 2015, and only 3 has conviction basis on various legislation or section of the penal code that it was criminalized the motive. Not the 6 of them. I don't know, I don't remember now exactly particular cases, but sometimes we write down and make suggestions to the Attorney General for accusation basis on legal legislation. In the process, the perpetrators there, the offenders there, present their views that no, I steal from this man not because he was immigrant, I steal because I need the money. Is this the difference? The motives cannot be proved if there is a complexity with other motives. If we don't have this clear view that the offender is the typical type of racist offender, with all these elements pinned together, there's a big problem to be proven the motivation, if there is another motivation in the act. That's why many cases go to court at the beginning with the accusation in legal framework on this legislation that penalize and criminalize the motives, but at the end, the court decides that, okay, it was an offense, but it's not a hate crime offense.
Costandia, we actually have a leading question to add to that from the same participant. She asks if mixed motives are investigated as hate crime.
Yes, of course. Mixed motives, you mean with characteristic or protected characteristic?
For example, she mentions previous disputes or economic disputes
yes.
in the context of
yes, of
racism.
Of course. We have a lot of this. For example, I will explain you a very often a regular type of crime that we meet every day, in everyday life. There is a car crash. The citizen, the Cyprus driver, get out of his car. He find out that the driver was a refugee from vulnerable communities. They start fighting about how the crash was happened, and during the fight, at the end, the Cyprus man, he insult the other person, something against his identity or something against his religion, or you don't come here to show me how to drive, and all these things. However, we study them. We study any words that is take or as a hate speech. We can analyze and make suggestions to Attorney General that this is not this particular classical offender. He didn't wake up in the morning and he is going to fight with, for example, the Syrian driver, but the hate speech is written down, and we make suggestions to go also for hate speech. When it happens now in the court, it's another matter. You understand what I mean?
Thank you very much.
Can I come in?
Nico, unfortunately, we don't have much time.
Can I just say one
yes,
very short
please,
thing?
thank you.
I'm just going to say that this is not just an issue with the police recording. It's a serious problem of the way the prosecution takes place. And there are two things in place. One, it is easier to secure a conviction on other things. So therefore, with plea bargaining, they secure other convictions. And secondly, there's a problem with judges who do not find credible the witnesses. We had a case which the police proceeded, they went ahead. There were two Turkish Cypriot witnesses at the time, and the judge did not believe them. They believed the member of the neo-Nazi party rather than the Turkish Cypriot witnesses. So what I'm trying to say here, there is a need to retrain and also judges to look at the process, and also to have an independent investigating body like they exist in other countries, which proceeds with this type of thing, because otherwise they are muddled up with everything else. And I think this is a problem to address.
I will say something, and I will close. For example, we have a very obvious image that there was in the media, this case, and there is also in the CY law, so I can speak about this. There is a grandfather that he was holding a gun, and he was shooting, and he said to his son, I think his grandson, yes, that we're going to kill all the Turkish
all the Turks and all the communists. Yes.
All the Turks and all the communists, okay? And we put this case before the court, and nothing happened. It was closed in the court, no conviction at all. You understand what I mean? It's not only from the part of the police. I hope that because of all this training now, I understand this feeling now, because my phone in the office always rings from various stations, and this makes me very happy, because they ask me, Tina, this is hate crime, what am I going to do with this? Tina, this is hate crime, I have this speech, but the motive is not exactly hate. I don't know what to do. They ask, they invest about all this training we do. That's why we have pending cases in court. We have now pending cases in court that I hope that it took conviction, because if it closed, I will close the office and I'll go home. It was a particular typical classic extremist that they hit a Turkish Cypriot taxi driver, if you heard it, outside of the Ailiotis. It was Turkish Cypriot taxi driver that was with the motorcycle, with the, how to say, the equipment here in the head with the motorcycle, and they was unprovoked. They asked so many violence against this Turkish Cypriot. We make anything to find out. We find out who did that from the fingertips 5 months after. It was a typical classical extremist voice that they insult the Turkish Cypriot badly. They caused him serious bodily harm. Even the president was very interested in this case, because he was to stop these cases with the Turkish Cypriot, who is still pending in court for years now.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Costandia, for your answers. Unfortunately, we have to immediately move on to our next session. I need to mention that we have some questions that remain unanswered. We will attempt to address them at the end of our sessions today, but at the same time, I call speakers to feel free to reply to questions that are addressed to you by typing an answer under the question in the questions tab. So you are able to type in your question. Otherwise, we can just attempt to address them by the end of our sessions today. So let us move on to our next session, access to rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. Zenaida Onoufriou is the Community-Based Protection Associate here at UNHCR. And since the beginning of this difficult year for everyone, has been in daily contact with asylum seekers, refugees, volunteers, social workers, and government services, among others. Zenaida will open the discussion with an introduction and an overview of the situation. Zenaida, thank you. To you.
Good morning, all. Thank you for taking the time to participate in UNHCR Second Integration Conference, which, given the circumstances, has a different format this year. Undoubtedly, the COVID crisis has affected and changed everyone's lives. However, asylum seekers and refugees have been among the first to suffer the economic and social impacts of the pandemic. Indeed, asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants are at heightened risk. Even before the outbreak of the pandemic, many have been living under the poverty line, often in substandard and overcrowding conditions. In this introductory speech, I will try to merely highlight some issues that have been raised on our end during the last 9 months that we were hit as a country by the pandemic. I will then give the floor for further analysis from their respective area of work to our esteemed guests. And in the end of the presentations, we will hopefully have some time for questions. Now, since the beginning of the crisis, asylum seekers face tremendous difficulties in accessing asylum procedures. This has resulted to a considerable number of individuals remaining unregistered and without access to assistance, including medical care. This issue has been somehow resolved around the end of the summer, but has come up again very recently. As we speak now, there's a significant number of individuals waiting outside immigration police stations in Nicosia and in Larnaca. They're waiting to access procedures. As the reception centers are full due to the increased arrival, but also due to COVID measures, newly arrived asylum seekers remain without shelter, without food, and they are completely dependent on the benevolence of individuals and NGOs. This situation not only challenges the state's obligation to ensure access to an effective asylum procedure and provide material reception conditions, but also further complicates the efforts to effectively respond to the pandemic. Reception capacity for new arrivals in Cyprus has been under pressure for some time, a situation now aggravated by COVID-19 emergency. Despite the fact that virus transmission risks are particularly high in overcrowded reception facilities, during the lockdown in March, more than 100 asylum seekers, including people with vulnerabilities and therefore specific reception needs, were relocated from hostels and even autonomous accommodation and were transferred to the first reception center in Kournara, which is now running above capacity and, as mentioned, cannot accept new arrivals. Access to decent and affordable housing has already been very difficult, mostly for asylum seekers, but also for refugees, mainly because of the insufficient amount of rental benefit. In addition, landlords are generally very reluctant to rent to people who don't have a stable job or who are dependent on social benefits, as they are aware that there will be delays in receiving their rents. Destitution and homelessness have been on the rise, as many refugees and asylum seekers have lost their jobs as a result of the COVID crisis and lockdown measures, and a significant number have no support network. The COVID situation mostly affected asylum seekers, whose access to the labor market was already limited to a few low-paid work sectors. Problems exacerbated during the lockdown, during the COVID crisis, as the labor offices across the cities of Cyprus were closed and not physically accepting people. Until now, all asylum seekers who arrived just before, during or after the lockdown are not given access to register at the labor office. While social welfare services stated that new applications for material reception conditions have been submitted and processed without the need of asylum seekers to be registered at the labor office, it has to be noted that during the lockdown, there seemed to be a lack of coordination between the labor office and the social welfare services, and this resulted to delays in the granting of social benefits. Apart from asylum seekers, persons with status, so recognized refugees and subsidiary protection beneficiaries, have also been affected by the crisis. A significant number lost their jobs and became dependent on state support. Given that the authorities take more than 6 months to determine claims for guaranteed minimum income, refugees and subsidiary protection beneficiaries find themselves in a dire situation. Meanwhile, emergency cash and temporary housing is not made available, and vulnerable individuals, including single women with children, remain without social support and are exposed to numerous dangers, including exploitation and abuse. Another issue that it is directly linked with the social support of asylum seekers and refugees is their access to banking services. Despite the positive changes in the institutional framework and the transposition of the Payments Account Directive of the European Union, which clearly indicates the right of asylum seekers and even people without an address to have access to a basic bank account, the matter has not been fully resolved. Both the UNHCR and a number of non-governmental organizations have been receiving complaints that asylum seekers across the country are being denied opening of accounts for a number of reasons. practice differs from bank to bank and even between branches of the same banks, which apply different requirements and request different documents, from clear police criminal record to utility bills or a house contract. This situation is particularly worrying since, as of October, all asylum seekers started receiving their welfare benefits in the form of checks, and it is therefore necessary to have a bank account in order to be able to deposit these checks. UNHCR is following up closely on the matter with the Central Bank and the Association of Cypriot Banks, and we hope that soon accessing to bank services will be ensured for everyone. On a positive note, I would like to mention that one of the major banks in the country has recently launched a new product which is called Basic Account, and it is provided free of charge to vulnerable individuals, including asylum seekers, refugees, and subsidy protection beneficiaries. This is a great initiative. We hope that it's going to be implemented and that other banks will follow with similar policies. Now, as regards access to healthcare, asylum seekers continue to remain without access to the general health system, which hinders their effective access to medical care. This impacted their ability to access essential health services during this pandemic, as the established procedure requires referrals for testing through a personal doctor. Asylum seekers were more exposed, as their only option in case of COVID-related symptoms was to visit the emergency department of a public hospital. Moreover, another obstacle posed for asylum seekers has come up after the closure of pharmacies in hospitals and health centers, which basically means that asylum seekers remain without adequate access to medication despite their rights to free medical care. As a last point, I would like to underline the importance of keeping asylum seekers and refugees thoroughly informed about COVID-related measures. Initially, in the beginning of the crisis, information about mitigating and hygiene measures were not provided in a language spoken by asylum seekers and refugees. Taking into account that access to accurate information is life-saving and vital to ensure access to health and other services, UNHCR cooperated with the refugee volunteers and state actors and translated basic information material. Before closing, I would like to emphasize that this ongoing health crisis has unfortunately paved the way for a human rights crisis. It is therefore crucial to take all actions in order to adhere to human rights norms and avoid a long-term damage to the international protection system. This crisis demands a holistic and inclusive approach that leaves no one behind. Therefore, the primary focus should be on the preservation of life, dignity, and health of all, regardless of status. And as mentioned before by our representative, Mrs. Katja Saha, we should always keep in mind that integration starts from the moment a refugee arrives in the country. Therefore, access to an effective asylum procedure, policy measures to ensure access to housing and dignified living conditions, and access to adequate social assistance and health care are key factors for a solid and sustainable integration policy. I will now give the floor to Mr. Eftychios Hadjichristodoulou, First Officer representing the Social Welfare Services, who is going to discuss the access of asylum seekers to state support. Eftychios, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
It looks like Eftychios may be having some issues, maybe connectivity issues. Let's. Oh, here he is.
Is that okay? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Eftychios. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Zenaida. And as I said earlier, thank you very much to UNHCR to facilitate this conference, to give us the opportunity to participate as well. I have prepared a presentation, but I understand that it's a very short time we're having now, so I will go through to the main issues you have already raised, Zenaida. And we do know everybody and all the people I understand they participate in this conference, they know very well. Well, in order to cope successfully with raising migration pressure in Cyprus, the social welfare services, in cooperation with other competent authorities, especially the police, asylum services, and the Ministry of Health, and the civil society as well, we have the aim of managing migration flows more efficiently and effectively, and in particular ensuring that the effective exercise of their rights to benefit from social welfare services, and especially during the pandemic, during the measures, the specific measures have been taken to prevent from COVID-19. As probably you are aware, we're having a project, a co-funded project from the European Commission, in order to strengthen our capacity. And we have recently employed 42 new social welfare staff, which some of them have already been posted at the two centers, at the Bournara Center and Kofinu, with special duties. First of all, for the unaccompanied minors, and other staff for the asylum seekers who are due to depart from or exit of the center, especially from Bournara, in order to assess their needs, assess their vulnerability, and inform them about their rights, and also complete the applications for material exception conditions, and in order to be from day one to have access to their benefits. As you are aware, social welfare services are providing material exception conditions with the Council Minister's decision, and to cover their basic needs, for food and clothing, electricity, water supply, and pocket money, and rent allowance as well. It's really very, very difficult to cope with the situation if we compare the numbers we are having since 2017. We had only 323 families with a budget of less than 2 million euros a year, and now we're having more than 6,000 families with a budget of more than 20 million euros a year. It is a huge increase, and it was very, very difficult to handle all these cases, and all of our staff are working very hard to cope with a huge caseload, and we are thankful to the European Commission, who funded the European project and employed the 42 staff to support our services. We are expecting to improve our services to the asylum services, and have and especially to assist in social integration and system, and provide counseling and support with a number of other issues apart from benefits, which we do understand and know very well that a number of them are vulnerable, victim of trafficking, victim of violence, and they do have various social problems to deal with. Now, with regards to, let's talk about the new developments and issues raised from Zenaida. First of all, about the checks. I'm sure that everybody knows the problems we were having before about with the vouchers, and it was we had a lot of complaints and suggestion from international organizations and NGOs to change the system we had before with the vouchers, and the discrimination, I could say, with other recipients, public assistance recipients. Now, with after a Council of Ministers decision from October 2020, we proceed with checks. We issue checks, and only 200 families they received vouchers because they haven't got their ARC registration number. They do have the temporary number, and it's not acceptable at the banks to open an account with the number. That's why we didn't issue checks. This is an improvement, and we are hoping finally we'll manage to make payments through bank transfers, and we're hoping that we have this service within 2 and 3 months. We are working on this. We have already requested all the asylum seekers, all the material reception condition recipients to provide us, to submit their IBAN, and we are introducing our systems the IBAN numbers, and hopefully within the next 2-3 months we'll complete this task. It's not an easy task because a lot of them they do provide wrong information or the wrong numbers, and we have to go back again to ask to submit the correct documents. I would like to reassure you that we have forwarded all the complaints regarding bank accounts, the access to bank accounts. We did receive complaints for various NGOs and the UNHCR as well. And I have personally requested to fully investigate by the Central Bank, and I had personally meetings with people there. And recently they have circulated guidelines to all the banks in order to fully comply with the paragraph 143 of the guidelines. What also reassured me during our meetings is that they did an internal investigation, the Bank of Cyprus, and they didn't find a significant number of people experiencing problems to open an account. This doesn't mean that there is no problem. And we are happy if any organization or the UNHCR have details of any people experiencing problems accessing a bank account. Please you are welcome to send us the name and we forward it to the central bank. What is clear, and the guidelines and the circulation and the guidelines have been circulated to all the banks, is that a confirmation of the asylum services, the confirmation letter, the ARC number, and a certificate from our services about the address. And we are not talking about a permanent address. If an asylum seeker is living in a hotel temporarily, then we can certify that this is the permanent address. So we are expecting that this problem would be solved, or at least minimize the problems we are experiencing so far. With regards to accommodation, we do recognize that there is a serious problems, and due to the increasing number of migrants arriving in Cyprus, and the lack of accommodation in both centers, most of the people are coming our services to secure accommodation. There is a recent development in this issue as well. A Council of Ministers decision in October allow us, or give us the power to arrange accommodation for families and vulnerable people in hotels or other premises for at least 3 months. And this is very important for us, because I think we cover the gap we have with the asylum services, or the people leaving the centers, especially the Burnara Center, without having arrangements for accommodation. Now we closely cooperate with asylum services, and we'll be trying to arrange accommodation before leaving the center. This is a very, very important development, and also, as I said before, they will have all their papers ready. So when they will visit our offices, local offices, either in Nicosia or in other cities, to be able to collect their benefits in cash for 1 month, so they will be able to cover their basic needs and the initial rent cost. We are also cooperating and with the European Commission and other services to establish the standard operating procedures for all the stages of services for asylum seekers. And within this procedure, we have clearly responsibilities, and we're trying to comply with this framework. I would like also to inform about our cooperation with the Labour Office. I'm sure that you do understand that during this pandemic measures, the pandemic period of time, and the measures have been taken, it was really very difficult to get all the information we are needed to authorize payments and access the benefits to the asylum seekers. So again, with the ministerial decision, since March, there is no need to submit any documents at all to our services, and especially the registration to the labor office. So we're providing the allowances, the monthly allowance, without any delay to anybody who was eligible before March without any registration. I understand that there were some problems, and we have received a list of people, probably 13 people from NGO and from UNHCR as well, and we have fully investigated each individual, and we have provide the allowances retrospective. I mean, for all the period which they haven't received, and I think we have solved this problem. Now, as probably this period of time provided opportunities as well. So the Labour Office have already developed a platform, and we're expecting soon to be ready and operate. So asylum seekers and other unemployed people can be registered in that platform there, and we collect information from this platform, from the direct from the Labour Office. So there is any need. There won't be any need actually to visit our offices and provide this information. I think I covered most of the issues. We do regulars understand that about the accommodation and the living conditions, and we are cooperating with local authorities and other counterparts in order to assist asylum seekers to move in other premises. Recently, we had such a case in Nicosia, and we assist actually all the, we inform all the asylum seekers that they have to move from these premises and find another accommodation. And we're trying to minimize the problem, but as you know, with the demand from renting accommodation, it's very, very difficult to control this issue. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer any question you have.
Thank you very much to be here. Thank you for your actions regarding accessing the banks and your cooperation with the banks, especially the issuing of a letter from the welfare services stating the address of asylum seeker will help a lot, hopefully. However, I must say that during during the last couple of hours, we already received 2 complaints from asylum seekers having difficulties accessing bank accounts, or they were given an appointment for the next 4 months. So for these 4 months, they will not have access to their benefits. Thank you very much for your actions, and also I hope that the recruitment of 42 new welfare officers will help a lot processing of applications and the social support of asylum seekers. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Now we will move to Mrs. Gosia Chrysanthou. She's a field worker in a CARITAS organization, and she's going to discuss access to rights and services, the exacerbation of inequalities during COVID. Gosia, on to you.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I believe you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, Gosia. Yeah.
Well, the stage has been very well set, and really all the issues that I have noted down for discussion have already been mentioned in general manner. I suppose my best contribution would be to provide some illustrations and details, and those will be quite a few, just to show how the system works, because even when it works, it requires a lot of small practical steps that need to be taken. They need to be taken on paper with the language. Mr. Hadjichristodoulou already mentioned paperwork needs to be completed correctly, and for a person who is new to Cyprus, it could be challenging, especially for a person who doesn't speak the language, has to learn the procedures. Possibly has no financial means to even reach the offices. All these little steps become unsurmountable challenges. And that's where I suppose NGOs step in, and we try to help help navigate this rather cumbersome system and very often not clear system. A young asylum seeker once told me, "I wish nobody has ever told me what my rights were. It would be easier if I did not know." What this statement illustrates to me, it's not even the fact that asylum seekers have rights, not even the fact that they may face difficulties accessing their rights and receiving them, but also the manner in which these rights are given to them is also very, very important. And this is why I will start with just details of how things work. However, I would like to finish with a human factor, with the human cost, maybe that's what I should call it. Clearly, things are not working as they should, and I will start from the access to asylum procedure. It's already been mentioned that things are not working. However, what I would like to add to what already has been said is access for pregnant women and mothers with young children who cannot be hosted in Purnara camp, as we are told. For them, there is a completely separate procedure, which every time is questioned and every time requires our intervention. If a pregnant woman or a mother with a child has a place to stay and quarantine, has a know-how how to receive a COVID test, she may be received by the immigration office, so we are told, but this has not happened in practice. What happened in reality is we received phone calls that there was such a person in front of immigration office with no access to asylum procedure. Thankfully, social welfare office has stepped in every single time and provided emergency accommodation where the person stayed or was supposed to stay for the next 2 weeks of the quarantine period. However, with very insufficient provisions. So we are talking about a person being in a hotel with 2 meals a day, which were provided, but with intervention. I will stress the word intervention here because you will hear this word a lot of times, and this is very important when we conclude of how the system works. There is no clear information. As NGO, we even don't know how things work in Paphos, Limassol, Larnaca, and Paralimni. We get conflicting information from our beneficiaries regarding access to asylum procedure there. If a person does not have accommodation upon arrival into the country, and the Purnara camp is full, as we've heard, the person is either homeless or finds accommodation in the community. Both are in defiance or violation of the COVID safety rules, and we've already heard of cases of police fining people who are still outside of immigration office, for example. So this setup is not working very well. Where we meet our beneficiaries next is not in Purnara. We do not have access to Purnara camp, so I cannot really talk about that. However, it is when they leave, and there is a major improvement here. We see that people who leave Purnara camp, asylum seekers, Most of them leave with confirmation letter and alien registration certificate in hand, and this is indeed a very big improvement, and I'm very encouraged also to hear that there are more of them to come. Mr. Hadjichristodoulou mentioned that there's going to be a package, and a person will leave with, I suppose, with everything in hand, with vulnerability assessment and a place to go to, and all documentation that will facilitate access to social welfare benefits if they cannot find immediately employment. However, if there is a person without alien registration certificate, for whatever reason, indeed there is only a food allowance that this person can receive from the authorities, and the microexoda, the small expenses benefit that the person is entitled to, is never compensated, which it's not really fair if we think of this. A person should have access to all their benefits, to material reception condition, which should include the microexoda. The lack of alien registration certificate, which is not given due to, for example, administrative delays or lockdown of Purnara, prevents a person from receiving their full benefits, and those are not compensated. The next issue I would like to discuss is with employment. Once a person has alien registration certificate in hand, the asylum seeker then can look for a job in some job categories. COVID made it rather impossible. Labor office, as it was mentioned before, has been closed, so asylum seekers cannot, closed to asylum seekers, so they cannot seek assistance with looking for jobs. But even when asylum seekers find a job themselves, the employment procedure is not straightforward. Asylum seekers are allowed to work only when their contracts are approved by the labor office. The contract is submitted by the employer, so the procedure takes place between the employer and the labor office, and it takes minimum 2 months. From that moment, from the moment that the employer expresses the intention of employing an asylum seeker, the asylum seeker is considered employed, therefore not entitled, not eligible to any support from the government. However, the same asylum seeker is now waiting for the labor contract to be approved, and that, as I mentioned, could last up to 4 months. The asylum seeker has no access to the labor office to question or verify at what stage the process is, and therefore, if asked by the employer to work in the meantime, is not in a position to refuse for fear of being declared voluntarily unemployed. What that means is that an asylum seeker may be working before the contract has been approved, and this is without his knowledge. Without a way of being able to verify this. Some asylum seekers work without seeing a contract of employment ever. It is only recently that the labor office established a procedure of receiving a copy of the contract of employment from the labor office. This procedure did not exist before. A person who is voluntarily unemployed, if he leaves the job because he doesn't know if he can work or for any other reason, is refused access to the labor office for support for months. This also closes his access to social welfare benefits. Asylum seekers are not entitled to unemployment benefit. So if the access to the social welfare benefits is closed, basically the asylum seeker, even though he met the criteria by paying social insurance and paying his contributions, is not able to benefit from from the unemployment benefit. I would like to now move to the social welfare part, because our reality is such, with jobs being as scarce as they are, majority, or we've heard that a number of 6,000 asylum households depend on material reception conditions with provided by social welfare offices, and this is really a tremendous burden that the social welfare has to carry. We recognize the changes already introduced and the efforts being made, and we really welcome especially the higher number of social workers being employed, and the changes that are taking place with checks and possibly benefits to be paid directly into the account. This is wonderful for us to hear. And maybe what I will say right now will sound a little bit unfair in view of all these changes being introduced. However, I will talk about as things stand right now, hoping that whatever I'm going to say is not going to be valid in 1-2 months and will be well forgotten as a system of the past and not the future. A person who approaches social welfare office for help today needs to be prepared to be with no means for at least a month, and that is in Nicosia. Our experience shows up to 3-4 months in Limassol and Paphos. This is how long it takes to open the file for the benefits to start coming. And they will start coming from the moment the file is opened and without compensation. So even though a person may apply for social welfare on the 1st of October, the benefits will start, the file may be open in Nicosia at the end of October. In Paphos, it could be November or even December. The benefits will start coming from the moment the file was opened, not from the moment the application was made. And there is no compensation for the period of time that passes. The reasons given is the overload, a lack of capacity to be able to cope with the number of beneficiaries applying. The benefits given are half of the minimum guaranteed income set for the citizens of the country. The Epsilo is 480 euros plus rental allowance. For one person, the equivalent for an asylum seeker is 261 for a person for a household of one, plus maximum 100 euros for rent. The abolition of food coupons or food vouchers is great news. Indeed, this will equalize somehow the opportunities for migrants and refugees and the local community. However, at the end of their life, when the coupons were distributed by the post office, as good idea as it seemed at the time, the inefficiency of the post office proved disastrous to some 120 asylum seekers who never received their coupons at the time of transition. I am talking, the month of March was particularly bad. No compensation, with the exception of few people who received the compensation when the coupons were returned to the social welfare office, were given. So more than 100 people right now have not been compensated for the benefits that they have lost. And actually, we don't know what happened to all those coupons that we were assured by social workers were ordered, but never made their way to the rightful owners in the end. Replacing coupons with checks has created new challenges. We've already heard about the bank accounts. The biggest challenge, however, is the fact that they need to be sent to a specific address. So here we go, we've got the post office involved again. For October benefits, we have over 70 checks missing. 70 asylum seekers reported to us that they have not received their checks with October benefits, checks that should have arrived in November. We've contacted the post office. The post office informed us that the checks have been delivered. We don't know if they returned to the social welfare office. As far as we know, these 70 people have still not received phone calls from social workers to say the checks are there. Generally, checks take 6 to 8 weeks to arrive. What it meant is that people who received September benefits waited until November to receive the October benefits, and this is how it is going to be from now. Generally, the system of social welfare support is very cumbersome. The smallest change or update to be communicated to the social welfare takes months to be recorded in the system. I will give an example of a change of address. that our beneficiaries communicate again and again, and months later we still see the checks being sent to the old addresses or paperwork being lost. Social welfare still not being aware that the address has changed. This is particularly difficult when the social workers are expected to be informed. It is in the interest of the asylum seekers to keep the social welfare officers informed. The difficulty of having to travel by bus every time, submit the piece of paper to the security guards, and then later on, months later, to find that this has not been recorded anywhere. It's very frustrating. Despite our requests, the social welfare offices are, as far as we know, still the only government offices that do not give a receipt for a document submitted. This results in delays with updating records, loss of some benefits by asylum seekers, and the need to follow up regularly and check, have you received my address? Has it been changed? Why do I still receive a check in my old house? So again, it creates a mountain of additional paperwork, insecurity in the asylum seekers who do not trust that the paperwork they submitted is going to find their way to the file. And of course, the need to follow up, which again requires good communication with the social workers. With COVID in place right now and COVID regulations in place, this has become even more difficult. Of course, all this could be avoided if the asylum seekers could have better access to the social workers. It was very difficult before. It is almost impossible now. We really hope that with the new staff that we have already met, that this can really change very soon. And of course, there is a need for better communication on the phone, maybe electronic communication with social workers, because we understand that the personal contact may not be possible. We are inundated with complaints from beneficiaries about benefits never received. We deal with about 100 cases at any given time. So it is not only for asylum seekers that they need to facilitate somehow, that they need to have contact with the social workers to query this, but when they fail, they come to us, and then we try with our best efforts to contact social welfare, adding on to the need to respond. So this is a vicious circle. The amount of queries is huge. I have to say that, regarding the 31 cases that Mr. Hadjichristodoulou mentioned of people who had no access to social benefits at all during the COVID period, yes, most of these cases have been solved. In fact, from our list when we checked it last time, there is only one that remains to be still discussed. So we are very grateful that this was all done. However, it took 6 months of negotiation and intervention to bring this situation to the attention of the social workers and have these cases looked at and resolved. Now, because the benefits are paid or prepaid by check now, there is no flexibility when something goes wrong. I'll give an example. We have a mother of 2 children, single mother of 2 children right now, who did not receive her coupons in September. We don't know what happened. The coupons were apparently issued. However, she never received a message from the post office. She went to the post office and was told they were not there. She never collected her coupons, but was told months later that the coupons were indeed cashed in a shop, specific shop on specific 2 days. There is an investigation that needs to take place of how this happened. So what does it mean to a person? The last time she received her benefits was August. She lost her September benefits for reasons to be investigated. October benefits were to arrive in November and they did not. This is a mother with 2 single children now with no benefits for September, October, and now is the end of November. when she went to the social welfare for help, the social worker said, I cannot do anything because all your benefits have already been ordered. You should have received them. There is nothing I can do. I cannot double what I've already given to you, and my job has been done, and indeed it has so. However, we are facing a single mother with 2 children who for 3 months have had nothing. When she becomes frustrated and refuses to leave the social welfare office out of her despair, she may start shouting, she may start crying, she may start whining, I don't know. There are all sorts of behaviors there. Social welfare will call the police to remove her forcefully because there is nothing else that can be done. This is the only solution to the inflexible system that we have right now for a mother with 2 children who have not had any benefits for months. She will be asked to visit another social welfare office in Lacha, if we're talking about Nicosia district, who will then investigate her vulnerability and the whole situation. No benefits will be provided while the investigation is taking place. In fact, she needs to now make her way to the social welfare in Lacha, not having €1 at all, to explain what drove her to that despair. In the meantime, the social workers in Lacha have no possibility to provide her with financial support because that already has been done by their colleagues in La Catania. I'm just illustrating one recent case. This is not a single case. We've had such cases regularly. It's just the last one. This particular person, mother of 2 children, would like to receive help from social welfare to have childcare for her children so she could help and herself and find a job. There is no such available. Now, I will move on to the homelessness issue because, again, this is a very, very major issue, as it's already been mentioned. And again, one that falls on the social welfare shoulders. I have to say that in the last few months, we have been very, very impressed with the efforts that the social workers have made with accommodation. A lot of people, especially vulnerable people, have been provided with good accommodation that gave them stability, provided security, and we are very grateful for this. Some of the vulnerable individuals have been placed in hotels, some have been placed in apartments, some have been moved from the hotels to the apartments, and we welcome and we appreciate all these efforts. However, the recent interpretation of who is vulnerable is a little bit problematic because the vulnerable people right now, from what we understand, are families, mothers with children, pregnant person and disabled person, and also psychiatric patients. Single women, single men, any other cases are not considered vulnerable and are not supported by social welfare in other way than financial. Unfortunately, money is not enough anymore. We as an organization may have money, people may have money. What we see is that money does not find a place to stay. And what is the social worker's advice in such a situation is find a friend or find a place and we will give you money. But not everyone is a friend. And even staying with a friend leads to overcrowding, which then backfires when we are dealing with landlords who, for that very reason, do not want to rent to asylum seekers anymore. So places are not found anymore, even when funds are not available. We have been providing as an organization emergency accommodation for a few years now, with the view of moving people into their own accommodation. We've got a lot of experience with landlords. For the last 2 years, we have not managed to secure even one room for any of the tenants of our emergency accommodation. The answers we hear: no asylum seekers, no foreigners, no people on benefits. The landlords explain that they fear that when they rent to a place to 2, they find 5. They complained about delays with the social welfare checks. and also the level of payments, which was mentioned before. Those landlords who try to provide decent living conditions and prevent overcrowding and rent their flats to no more than 4 people complain about the level of payment. The recent policy of putting a cap on the rents may have been designed to bring a correction to the inflated rates. However, the caps applied are not corresponding to the reality. 100 euro is not enough to rent a studio. 290 euros for accommodation for 4 people is not enough. This requires at least 2-bedroom apartment, which we cannot find for less than 400. If we have a family of 4, 2 parents, 2 children, they are forced to rent a studio, which then will be deemed inadequate, inappropriate by the social welfare office, because all will live in 1 room. So again, we're talking about people being told by the social workers, this is not good enough. You need to find something better. Something better means more money. And if you don't, we will take action. Maybe it was mentioned blaming the victim kind of approach. The timing of introduction of this policy is quite unfortunate because it coincides with already very difficult property market. This is not new. We faced difficulties, as I mentioned, already 2 years ago, and becoming stricter right now is forcing a lot of people, and this is the saddest part, who already have accommodation into the streets. Why? Because the landlords have been used to higher level of benefits and know how to and expected to be paid 100 euros per person. Now, by social welfare, introducing the caps on the properties, what does it mean to a person who lives in the property or a landlord? It doesn't mean that the landlord will now lower the rent. It means that the landlord will simply ask the beneficiary or the tenant to top up the rent.
Gosia,
So the rent.
I'm sorry
Yes?
to interrupt. Allow me to interrupt you for a few minutes. I have been informed by our IT team that since we are projected to take more time, that we should move on our session today to an extended session for the day. What will happen is that in a few minutes we are going to have to take a compulsory 5-minute break. All of you, all speakers and participants, you will see a pop-up button on your screens, which you have to click in order to continue to the second part of today's session. And it will ask you to click the button and re-enter your email. With that, you will have the ability to meet us again here for the continuation of the session. So unfortunately, we cannot continue as is. In 4 minutes, you will see a pop-up button. Everyone has to click on that and re-enter their email in order to be able to re-enter today's conference as a second part of the session. As soon as this happens, we will continue with Gosia's presentation so that she can complete her speech. And following Gosia, we will have a speech by a young refugee, and then we will be moving on to the final session of the day, which is about the National Integration Plan. So for the moment, let's take a few minutes break. You will see in 3 minutes you will see a pop-up button which you can click in order to enter your email and continue with the second part of today's session. It's unfortunate that we had to stop at this point. The discussion is becoming even more interesting as we go along. We have had the opportunity to hear from humanitarian workers, from field workers about the difficulties they deal with on a daily basis. I think we have to acknowledge that although we are able to see the difficulties and obstacles being faced by the social welfare services, at the same time we have to note that NGO workers, volunteers are often struggling to fill a critical gap from the time a person seeks access to rights, including registration, state support, access to employment, housing and healthcare, until the time they are granted effective access So this is a gap that is, for a while now, is a number of volunteers, charity organizations, NGOs have been trying to fill, and therefore, while acknowledging the difficulties faced by state institutions, at the same time, we have to note the contribution of field workers and NGOs, which is crucial, and also note that their capacity to continue to extend such assistance should not be taken for granted. We will continue with Gosia's presentation in a few minutes, as soon as we have the pop-up message enabling us to move on. For any technical help, you can, as you can see in the chat box on your right side, you can call the number 99806-827 for reconnecting for the continuation of our session. So let's just take a few minutes break, and in just 1 minute you will see the pop-up button which you have to follow the instructions for in order for us to continue with today's event. Thank you very much. Please stay with us.
I suppose I continue, yes?
Yes, Gosia, you can continue.
Yep. Okay. All right. So what is the landlord's response now to this situation? Well, the landlords do not accept to receive 30 or 40 euros per month per tenant. They continue asking for the same rent as they said at the very beginning, which means that now the tenant is obliged to top up the rent by losing the benefit from food allowance or the small expenses that were supposed to be for his bus fare or his utilities. The landlords go even further, knowing that the benefits come with a big delay, because just like the checks are received 6-8 weeks later by the beneficiaries, so are the checks by the landlords. They now ask the beneficiaries, the tenants, to pay the full rent upfront, saying that when we receive the checks, we will give you the money back. The problem with this is that the checks are sent directly to the landlords by social welfare and are never seen by the beneficiaries. They are never seen by tenants. And we've had many cases when the landlords collected both money from the tenants and money from the social welfare. The police have had many cases. They stopped dealing with the cases. It is very rare now that a policeman will engage in calling the landlord and trying to investigate. Social workers are inundated with work, and they say, we've done our job. This is between you and your landlord. you shouldn't have paid in the first place. So the cases remain unresolved, and the only beneficiary really is the landlord. If the tenant demands his rights too much, he will lose accommodation. He has to continue paying. If he doesn't receive, if the landlord does not receive the rent for the tenant, again, the tenant continues paying using his food allowance money, which leaves him with no food, obviously. So the situation is tragic. There is also no consistency. We've got tenants who live in the same property, and some receive 60 euros for their rent, others receive 45, others receive 100. This is because different information is given to different social workers. We know that every beneficiary has different social workers. So there are inconsistencies which lead to unfairness, conflicts between the tenants, conflicts of the landlord with the tenants, and so on. If the tenants refuse to pay, the landlords found a way of cutting the water, switching the electricity off, threatening tenants regularly, removing their personal belongings, locking the rooms. We've got all sorts of reactions to intimidate, at least, if not evict people. What complicates the situation even more than that, because the living conditions are not the best, to say the least, people are constantly on the move. People are on the move to try to live with fewer people. People are on the move trying to find better living conditions. Landlords are not keeping up with changing the contracts. Registering the change of the contract in the system takes months, which results with the landlord receiving the money when the tenant already left, and with the new landlord not receiving the money for the tenant he's hosting. I'm sorry, it's a lot of detail, but this is exactly where things go wrong. And unless we address the small details that actually, I think, can be fixed quite easily, a big picture would change significantly. With the social welfare trying to enforce the new cap policy, let's call it, meaning specific rents for specific number of people living in properties, they've made requirements for contracts a bit stricter, which means that a contract of rent has to list all tenants living in the property. This is quite okay for properties with up to 6 tenants, but for properties that had a lot of people, 12, 15, and as I mentioned, with people who are constantly on the move, trying to better the living conditions and trying to improve their standard of living, keeping track of changes in a contract where there are 15 beneficiaries, 15 tenants, and each one of those tenants has a different social worker is simply impossible to control. And this is where we end up with some tenants not getting rent at all, others getting more than others, some landlords receiving money for tenants who are not there any longer, and new landlords not receiving money at all because the money is still going somewhere else. Added to it, delays with the checks. Added to it, checks lost or missing because of wrong address or other human error on the way. What is the response of the landlords to this situation? The response is, no matter what, I want 100 euros, or I want whatever we agreed at the start. Now, what is the response of the asylum seeker? Is cashing the benefits that he had for food to pay for the rent. Now, we've already mentioned the benefits are already half of the minimum guaranteed income, which is the minimum survival rate in Cyprus. So paying from your food allowance for your accommodation leaves you with no allowance for food. This is on condition that you received your food allowance in the first place. Now, we've got cases when we've got people who did not receive between the months of March and September coupons for 3 months, for example. Those are the coupons that are still unaccounted for. This is one person, for example. So how can a person like this pay for accommodation at all? This is where we are facing the recent cases of homelessness. People who secured accommodation and lost it because of non-payments of benefits by social welfare, or because the landlords refuse to comply with social welfare requirements, putting the burden of payment on the people, and they are not able to meet it. This is the situation we are facing right now. I have to confess that there is not one day that I wake up without a message on my phone saying, "Mom, please help. My landlord has not received rent for the last 5 months." I really am not exaggerating, but our list of 100 cases that we deal daily with includes mostly lost checks or checks that never arrived, or checks that required to be checked whether they were in fact ordered in the first place, to which address they were sent. Now, this whole tracking is simply impossible. What is also impossible is tracking the reimbursement if such and when such happen, because when the checks are issued, the period for which they are paid is not specified. There is just an amount and rental and rent written on it. So it's not, the tenants are not able to track for which period they have received the checks and for which they haven't. The same for the landlords. Landlords are not willing to go to social welfare and sign papers authorizing social welfare to look for a check for one tenant when they're hosting, when they're providing accommodation to 15. It's just too cumbersome. Not only that, even landlords, Cypriot landlords, have no access to social workers. We receive phone calls from the landlords who are in front of the social welfare offices saying, "Please, tell me, how do I get in? What do I say?" Because they are not allowing me to see the social worker who called me to come and sign a paper for the checks I haven't received. So every single one of these little situations that I am mentioning requires intervention, because the asylum seekers are not able to cope with it, to communicate with the social worker, to be able to even have answers and know the course of action to take, unfortunately. This requires better communication. And yes, the increased number of social workers will certainly provide a platform for this, and we're looking forward to working together in a better way. Another problematic area is transfer of files to other cities. If somebody finds a place in another city, there needs to be a transfer of files to the district of the new accommodation. During the period of the transfer, which could be up to 3 months, the beneficiary loses benefits and they are not reimbursed. So this is another insecurity factor, another challenge, another injustice in a way, for a person to lose benefits for no fault of theirs without being reimbursed. Now, with all these problems that I've just described regarding the accommodation issue, and checks now being delivered to the address, it's simply, I don't think it's possible to carry on with so much depending on the address. I mean, with the benefits for the landlord and for the beneficiary to depend on the correct details of the address, the post office delivering it, and all the other factors that play a role. We believe that the only way indeed forward is to deposit money directly into the accounts. But for the rents, we believe that the only way to solve that problem and have some sort of control of what is happening, to actually give a cash allowance for rent to the asylum seekers. There is no other way to control who is where and what the landlord is receiving for who, as we see it from the grassroots level. Another aspect I would like to mention is the support to international protection holders. The moment somebody is recognized as a refugee or receives subsidiary protection is, we would think, a time to rejoice, and indeed it is, in terms of residence permit for the person to receive in the country. However, from the perspective of provisions, it is a catastrophe. This is the worst time that a person will have to face if they have no provisions of their own, and if they rely on social welfare, which unfortunately, again, is the body that carries the weight of support, with Epsilon taking as long as 8 months to examine the files, international protection holders need to rely on emergency money from social welfare. And this is 100 euros per month on average. It is 200 euros, but it's not given every month. It's given every 2 months, every 3 months sometimes. So we are talking about 100 euros or less of sustenance to live on. This is even less than an asylum seeker receives. It's less than 1/4 of what we consider a minimum survival rate in Cyprus.
Gosia, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to kindly ask you to speed up a bit your presentation, so we have the presentation in a while. If you can speed up your presentation.
If I can do what? Sorry?
You can speed up your presentation, as we're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm finishing. This is basically the end of my speech. I just want to mention that all these problems can be solved. We can meet, we can discuss, we can finally get through to each other on the phone, we can find solution and fix, reimburse, papers can be printed, and all this can take place. However, we have to think that while all this is getting fixed, there is a human being out there waiting, having to sustain himself, having to survive, and this is not for 1 week. We are talking about for months. I mentioned the mother with 2 children with no provisions for 3 months. I am mentioning international protection holders with no provisions, or 100 euros that has to be stretched for a period of 3 months. This is not possible. What does it do to a person? What does it do to their dignity? It just, it destroys the people. It brings them over the edge. We're facing mental breakdowns. We're facing nervous breakdowns. We're facing behaviors that we would not welcome anywhere. And this is all driven by the situation created for the beneficiaries, for the rights that should be coming automatically. And instead, for every single step they take, there is intervention required, which is problematic in itself, with the result that at the end, it is the person to be blamed because he is not there at the right time, with the right document, with the right behavior, with the right provisions that the government offices have at the time to offer. And this is highly unfair, and it's just unbearable for a lot of people. There is a human cost that is enormous. It's enormous. The pressure is enormous on and I'm sure Balqees will be in much better position to talk about this. And I'm very happy that she's speaking after me. But I also want to mention that this cost is not only borne by the beneficiaries, although I believe it's the heaviest. It's a cost that all of us bear, including the public servants, because I can see and I know that it's not easy for anybody to know how insufficient and how inefficient the system is and be okay with it. So it's a burden for all of us, and it is a benefit to all of us to work together to try to find solutions so we can all contribute and help each other face this difficult times. Thank you.
Many thanks for this presentation. You have really underlined the situation, the problems faced by refugees and asylum seekers. You are among the frontliners, so you are in the best position to explain to us the situation. I'm now also very glad to ask Balqees Mohiyadin Abullahi to join the stage. Balqees is a student. She's a recognized refugee. And as of February 2020, so just 1 month before the crisis, she started volunteering with us, with UNHCR. Balqees will discuss with us her personal experience and provide us with some input from the refugee community. Balqees, the floor is yours. Balqees, I don't know if you cannot hear us.
Hello.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Balqees. On to you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is
Hello.
Balqees, and
Hello.
hello. Yes.
Zenaida,
Yes.
I request to make a comment before if my friend Balqees allow me, because for a long period of time I wanted to make a comment.
Mr. Hadjichristodoulou, I think it's better if we leave the space to Balqees to talk, and then we will have time for your comments, if that's okay.
Because I had a lot of comments to make about what had been said earlier.
I know. Let's wait until the end, so we respect Balqees's time, and then we can discuss your comments and maybe other questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Balqees.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Balqees, and I am a refugee from Somalia, currently living in Cyprus for the past 7 years. I'm also a student at the University of Nicosia, and I'm also a volunteer with the UNHCR and many other organizations. And also I came to Cyprus as an unaccompanied minor, so I can actually relate to everybody that is a minor and also a refugee. And my experience as a refugee in Cyprus was absolutely fantastic, I can say. Although it has its difficulties, but all in all, I am very grateful to be in this beautiful country, and which people and everybody from any organization and the welfare officers, everybody made me feel that I am in my second home. I have went to school as a minor, and I was in a shelter where minors live. And after I became 18, I have came out of the shelter, and I always had people to help me around, and until now, to this day, and I'm very grateful for that. The pandemic, obviously everything has been mentioned by Kosha and Zenaida at the beginning. I believe all these things, and they already mentioned everything that I would mention, so I do agree with them, whatever they said, with the refugees and the difficulties. Every country has their own difficulty and their own problems of dealing with refugees, especially this past years and the pandemic and everything. I believe that it affected refugees more than citizens, because as a refugee myself, and being alone in this country without my family was really hard, to stay in a lockdown in a house for like 2.5 months or 3 months without being in contact with physical contact with friends and people that used to be around me. And it is really difficult for everybody, not only for refugees, but it was obviously difficult for everyone. I say especially refugees because we're all not in our homes, and we all not with our families. So it was a bit hard for us in that aspect, and also with people that take benefits. Some of them had issue with delay of money because of the pandemic and because of the system and everything. And some people were homeless as well, because at the beginning of the pandemic, before the pandemic, when people used to get an accommodation by the government, or because there was no COVID and there was no scared of any disease or anything. But now that there is the pandemic and there is the COVID, people ended up staying outside. And recently, especially this week, I have seen many people at the immigration that we volunteer as refugees, and my friends, even Cypriots, and even organizations, even welfare officers, have also volunteered to help them because they don't have houses, they don't have accommodation, some of them don't have food, they don't have money. So we all tried, and everybody volunteer themselves, especially as refugee, we can understand their position and we can actually see where they are and how, because we have been into their position. So I do believe refugees suffered more than any other people during the pandemic. And also with the bank account issue that was raised by Zenaida and Kosha, it is actually true that we have a lot of problem with the bank account, and Mr. Eftychios already mentioned how we can solve this and everything. But there was a lot of issue to, not only because of refugees, some banks were refusing to open accounts because of language barrier. You don't speak Greek or you don't speak English. That was the point, that they were not opening bank accounts for refugees. And it's not actually easy for everybody to speak English, or some of them, they never went to school, so they cannot even know English or any other language. So they just want bank accounts for their benefits to come and their livings to have their livings. All in all, I believe that the government have tried their best, and every organization as well tried their best to help refugees in Cyprus. And I believe Cyprus is a small country and cannot handle all these people, but they still tried their best, and I'm very grateful to say that people are very welcoming and people always try their best to help people in need. But there is always an issue with everything. And I do believe that officers do try to help people, but the system is that doesn't work correctly. That's what I believe. And especially when a person, where Kosha mentioned that people don't have cannot connect with their officers, their welfare officers. That's true, because I have seen some girls and families that have been delayed their money, and whenever they try to contact people from the office, welfare office, there is nobody picks up their phones or nobody talks to them. That's really big issue. I believe if we all have the communication, we believe that every problem can be solved. And lack of communication is the most issue that I believe that we don't have the solutions. But if we do have a communication, I believe every welfare officer can understand every refugee that's in need. So that's the most important thing. And delaying money, I think, is also another issue, because I have seen some families that have applied their Epsilon on November last year, and it's November this year already passed. It's already 1 year, and some of them are not even receiving emergencies, and they're living depending on organizations and charities, and that's big issue, because not only if depending on charities is not enough for a person to pay their rent or their supplies. Some mothers have actually kids that are under the age of 1 year old, so they're months old, the people that I'm talking about. So, and they don't have milk or pampers for the kid or something, and they're all depending on charities and people to give them something, or as refugees to volunteer with our own pocket monies, or to give them to help them out. And but all in all, I believe I'm very grateful to be in this country, and the best thing is that everybody in this country is very good in heart to help people, and even the welfare officers and the NGOs and the UNHCR always takes part of it. So I can say I'm very grateful, and I hope there will always be a solution for every issue that we have. And I believe that the suffer comes from because of the pandemic, and because of the country is very small to handle all these people coming, and I believe that everybody is trying their best to help us, and especially organizations and the officers from the government. And thank you very much for your help and making us feel home as well, safe. Safety is very important thing. One thing that I believe nobody mentioned is that Cyprus is very safe. I have never had the trouble of to sleep and thinking of, oh my God, am I going to wake up? This is the problem that we run away from our countries. So I believe that this is the most important thing, that we're very grateful that we're safe and and everything else can be solved. The safety is the one issue that we have to be very grateful. So we're all safe and everything will be solved, I believe so. So thank you very much. And I want to thank especially the officers that works in the shelters, because they really make us feel that they're our parents here. They really help us a lot. And I do believe they will continue to help the minors and the refugees and everybody else. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to speak. I don't really know to speak a lot, but I hope that is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Balqees. We are grateful to have you with us. Thank you for your positive approach. Thanks for identifying the difficulties. You are being very modest, but I want to say that during the last days, you have been. I want to say that because we have been in daily contact. You have been assisting non-stop the 23 people who are waiting outside immigration Larnaca, waiting to access procedures. If it wasn't for you and your friends and organizations in Larnaca, these people would be starving. And as mentioned before, people should not be dependent on charities. Charities and organizations have a complementary role to play. The responsibility lies with the state. Thank you very much again.
And I want to thank as well all the friends that helped me, and even welfare officers that also donated some money to me, brought it to me and said, Balqees, because you're helping these people, take this money with you as well, buy them some food and stuff. I really want to thank everyone that helped it, and the organizations like CARITAS and the UNHCR with their positive energy and telling me how these people will be helped, and everyone. I want to thank so much to my friends as well that always there to volunteer with their own money to give them food, and we cannot afford to give them accommodation, everyone, but we are affording to give them food, and I'm grateful for everyone that volunteered with me.
Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Now we are really running out of time, but I promised Mr. Hadjichristodoulou that he would have a chance to comment on what was said before. Dear Eftychios, just try to be as brief as possible, because we are really out of time. Thank you. I don't know if.
Hello. Is that okay now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I carefully listen, Mrs. Balqees, and thank you very much for her comments. And I'm very happy to meet her and give me more information in detail about her experiences with our services, and see how we can assist her, and in order not to have this in the future, and especially the lack of communication, which I will agree with her, is a very, very big issue, not only with social welfare services, but with many other services as well. And we are trying hard to find the solutions and increase and improve our services regarding this issue. But she's welcome anytime to contact me personally and see how we can assist her and help with all the other cases like Balqees. Now, I would like to discuss or make comments about CARITAS and Mrs. Gosia's presentation. Now, we do recognize the contribution of NGOs, and we do value their efforts to help asylum seekers. And we closely cooperate with them, and always we are welcoming comments and suggestions for improvement of our services. And I'm sure that Gosia and Elizabeth can reassure everybody that we are receiving probably on a daily basis cases, and we are dealing immediately with any problems bringing to us. But at the same time, I cannot accept in any case anybody to eliminate the government response and efforts to the rising migration pressure in Cyprus, and all the efforts of the government and all the authorities and other departments for an efficiently and effectively response. We should not take individual cases to exaggerate the problem. I'm not saying that they do not exist, but as which we have to discuss about policies. If there is a gap in the policy, yes, please bring it to our attention in order to see how we proceed and solve the problem. We clearly inform everybody that we are in the process to make payments through bank accounts. What does that mean? It means that we do recognize that the checks, issuing checks, is a cost. We do know personally that each check costs €8, administrative cost. And above all, there is a problem with the post delivery and other issues. So we are working hard to solve this problem, and we said that within 2-3 months, hopefully, we manage to make bank transfer in order to solve all the existing problems, which, by the way, we sent out 6,000 checks, and we received back all information from NGOs and the UNHCR that only 90 people, they haven't received their checks. And we are having the checks in our accounts department. And if anybody can contact us, we can proceed providing we can provide the check or issue a new one. So we are happy to discuss gaps policies, not individual cases, whereas we haven't got all the information. And I cannot discuss or answer by each individual case Mrs. Gosia mentioned, which might be true, and I haven't got any reason not to believe here, but I'm sure that for every individual case, there are different parameters which we have to consider. I'm sure that everybody, none of our staff or in any level will not allow a payment or a benefit to any person who is eligible to receive. And when we said before that from day one, yes, we do provide from day one benefits. Once they apply to the asylum services and once they exit the Burnara Center, they do visit our offices, and we try to give in cash. And as I said before, that from now on, we will provide a monthly allowance, the full amount for in cash, so to have enough money to cover their basic needs and the accommodation. So we've changed our policy. Instead of providing 100 euros or 200 euros, now we'll provide the full monthly allowance. So we are happy to discuss any issues, but you have to recognize the hard effort being made from all the social welfare officers and the other departments in order to respond to the increasing migration pressures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eftychios. I think that we all recognize the efforts of the welfare services, and we truly hope that most issues will be soon resolved once the new system of transferring via bank the benefits. Thank you all for your contribution. It has been a long discussion. I will give now the floor to George to advise us on how to continue. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you everybody, and apologies. We are out of schedule. It seems that the issues to discuss have accumulated over this year. The circumstances are not what we are dealing with on a regular during a regular year. So I think this was inevitable, but in any case, let's not delay any further and let's move on to our next session. The final session for today is a discussion about the National Integration Plan, including a presentation of a very beneficial project on work orientation and vocational training. UNHCR is happy to have been able to contribute during the consultation phase for the first edition of the National Plan. And it is important to note that we should all try to make the most of opportunities to influence or contribute to strategic plans or policies by submitting constructive, complementing input and recommendations to the authorities. UNHCR is aware that during the initial consultation phase, members of the civil society, refugees and migrants were invited to focus group discussions. The effort for more inclusivity was one of the most positive aspects of this procedure. However, it must be highlighted that achieving effective participation and self-representation in the design of policies and as part of the decision-making process is a long-term investment and is not an easy task. It requires an effective community outreach strategy, needs assessment, efficient data management, and meaningful communication between all actors involved. This would bring me to the next part of my speech, which would be about UNHCR's recommendations to the first edition of the National Integration Plan in Cyprus. However, since we are running out of time, I will not present right now UNHCR's submitted recommendations on the draft national plan. However, we can share that with all participants via email. So in order to give a chance to our speakers to present their presentations and speeches. So let's move on to our next speaker, which is Mr. Michalis Beys from the Civil Registry and Migration Department of the Ministry of Interior. Michali, on to you. Michal, if you can hear us, can you please unmute your microphone? Michal, can you hear us? Can you unmute your microphone, please? Michal, if you can hear us, please try to get back on stage and unmute your microphone. Okay, so Michalis is able to join us with sound. I may as well mention a few of our recommendations regarding the National Integration Plan. UNHCR, I'm not going to mention this in detail, it's a lot of time, but UNHCR has recommended the inclusion of a number of actions as part of the National Integration Plan. These include capacity building for refugee-led organizations. Continuing with until Michalis is able to join us with sound, UNHCR's recommendations for additions to the national plan include the provision of childcare for migrant and refugee women, enabling them to access labor, the inclusion of capacity building actions for refugee-led organizations to enhance self-representation and participation of refugees. We have also included a recommendation for an integrated interpretation system enabling access of refugees and asylum seekers to services by providing effective interpretation and communication. The absence of an integrated system providing interpretation services to cover these sectors has a profound effect, which is becoming increasingly evident as the population of concern also increases. A number of actions have been recommended in addition to what I have already mentioned, including mentorship for young adults to enable them to transition smoothly from shelters to independent living. And also a mapping exercise as regards access to durable solutions, including citizenship in Cyprus. These are a few of our recommendations. Let's see if Michalis has been able to join us with sound. No, you are unable to unmute your microphone, Michali. If you can just click on the three dots next to your name. Nothing. Can you disconnect your headset to see whether that works? No, you've tried that. Okay. Let's move on with our next speaker then, Ms. Nadia Karayianni. Nadia is going to present the first step project on employment, an EU-funded project. Nadia, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon from me as well. And thank you for the interesting presentations. by the previous speakers, and I'm glad to see all this effort done by NGOs, but also by UNHCR and the government. So yes, the organizational work, IMH, a private company, along with other 5 organizations, had the opportunity to implement training funded by the Home Affairs funds and the Republic of Cyprus. And the project that we implemented was named First Step. It was vocational training program for integration of third country nationals into the Cyprus labor market. Hope I can move to the next one. No. How do I move to the next one now? Okay, great. Someone help me. So the project was run for 19 months. And as I mentioned, there were different partners, Opinion, EO groups from and ACME from Greece, KISA and European University of Cyprus. Again, I cannot move the slides now. Okay. Now, the objective of the project was the quick and effective access of third country nationals into the Cyprus labor market. And the specific objectives was the effective registration in training programs of the third country nationals, implementation of training programs fully addressing the needs of the third country nationals, and of the labor market, development of a sustainable mechanism to connect this, the graduates of the program with the labor market. Sorry if someone can help me. Yes. So it was different work packages, but the main, the important thing is that we had a time that to reach out to the third country nationals to inform them about training programs that we were offering in 2 stages. The phase 1 was general training program, and then there was a specialized professional training program. The 5th part of the project was the internship program that we offer to the participants of the training programs. Yes, Lily, if you can help me with the slide, move to the next one. Apologize. Yeah, okay. Now, the first part, as I said, is in order to inform people about the programs that we have developed. I have to mention that there was a needs assessment sent to the third country nationals through the support of the office and also of the Ministry of Labor, that they help us disseminating a needs assessment questionnaire in order to see what are the needs for training. Because I understand and I know that there were different type of trainings done trainings happening. So for us, it was very important to do a needs assessment to see what is actually needed, of course, always in line with the objective of the project. So following that, we have built the training program, and then it was time to disseminate the information in order to receive application. We had operated a reception office where potential beneficiaries of the program could apply. We have organized a number of info points at selected locations all over the Greek Cypriot community. We have, as I said, planned the dates and the times of the training programs. I want to repeat in this stage that it was very important for us to offer as many opportunities as possible to beneficiaries to participate. So we offer training programs in different times, weekends, with the aim to make the programs not accessible. And we also had the time at the beginning to contact different companies in order to see if they have if they have offer or they're interested to host the third country nationals to their companies. I lost my slides. I don't know if I need to do anything or share something. Yes, can someone help me with the slides? Yes, okay, great. Okay, so again, if someone can move to the next slide.
Nadia, let me just mention that you can change the slide, you can navigate by using the arrows on your keyboard. Can you try that?
Yes, I can try, but it doesn't work.
It doesn't work? Okay, we will change them. We will change them for you. No, don't worry about
Apologies.
it. I'm sure. No worries.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
So if we can go back to one slide. Yes. Okay. So communication campaign. That was part of the discussion about in order to ensure that we will reach out to as many as possible. For us, it was very important to do, and it worked very well, the online communication. So if we can move to the next one. So the actual phase was the training program. Why cannot change? Lily, apologies. Yes, can you please press the next one? All right. So we have managed to recruit 1,300 interested candidates that they show interest, and they actually submit an application to participate in the program. Next slide, please. Okay. As I mentioned, there were different info points, and because although we had a reception office at the European University, which really helped us in filing all the information, the most important thing is to reach out to third country nationals ourselves. So as you can see, we went to different areas, and we actually had there on hand applications that people could work. At this stage, I want to thank also CARITAS and Cyprus Refugee Council that also assist us with the registration of beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Okay. As I mentioned before, but I thought also coming from this time wearing a hat of the private company working in this area, it was very important to mention that the stakeholders meetings help us a lot. As I mentioned, the CARITAS, Cyprus Refugee Council, the public employment services in all cities, and different other services that were very helpful. Yes, next one. Thank you. There are some pictures just for the things, and then we can move to the next one. Just 1 second, maybe I will make it more. Okay. Yes. Okay. 1 second. Can you give me 1 second, please? Okay. So yes, okay. Lily, maybe we can move on to the next one, because I think this is not very important for the presentation. Okay. These were some of other communication campaign that we implemented, and okay. So if we move to the next one, the first thing that we did is to bring all these stakeholders and representative organizations to a workshop that we actually introduced the whole project, and we try with some people to work as multipliers, meaning that we wanted their help. And we wanted their help in terms of like reaching out to other people, but also sharing with us any problems and challenges that the third country nationals may have faced during the training programs. like language issue or anything else. And I think that was very important. Yes, and the next slide will show that at the end we managed to have 16 groups in total were implemented in Nicosia, Larnaca, Kofinu, Limassol, and Paphos. We also provided English language lessons because the training courses were in English. I have to mention that we needed interpretation in some cases, and we use from the participants, giving them the opportunity to work as interpreters where they were needed. We have successfully had 300 participants in phase A trainings, which were the general topics, covering the general topics that a third country national should know before entering the labor market. We had exams at the end where more than 80% passed the exams of the first phase. If we can move very quickly, yes, we had the ceremony, graduation ceremony at the end of phase A, and then move to the next one where we're actually getting into the most important phase, which is a specialized professional training program. During the phase A, basically, we ran a research, short research with the participants to see, based also on the needs of the labor market, but also on the legislation on working of the third country nationals, which areas they need more specialized training in which area. So we ran 5 groups with 4 topics. One topic was repeated twice, and that is hotel and leisure management. So the 4 topics that were covered based on the research that we did with the participants was hotel and leisure management, basic accounting, best consumer service and sales principles, and logistics. So these 4 topics were done in 5 groups. The important to mention here is that these training programs were run for 15 days, so that they actually went in depth and were done by the professors from the European University of Cyprus. But I have to mention that included most of them also practical cases, either in companies or in industrial areas or in hotels or in restaurants. So it was not only theoretical, but they had the opportunity to attend part of their trainings, to attend actual work. So at the end, again, there were exams, and with results that help us to identify which participants may attend an internship program. I have to mention that, and if we move to the next one. Yes. Okay, before going to tell you about the scholarship that was part of the project as well, is that when we started the project and we were we contacted several companies that they were interested to host third country nationals that could participate in an internship program in their area. We were hesitant in order to raise the number of participants, but and so our aim was 20. This is what. But as you saw in the previous slide, we managed to have 39 of them, I think this was very a successful part of the project. Also, the first participant that got the highest marks in the exams, along with a special interview by the European University, won a scholarship, and she's now in the MBA program of the European University of Cyprus. Finally, I want you just to mention that some of the companies that hosted, so if we can move to the next slide, hosted participants in these companies are some of them. There are some hotels, some laboratories organization, and some logistics. And so we try to find companies that were aligned with the topics covered in the training program. If I can mention at the end before closing this presentation, I think it was very important and to have involvement of organizations like the company I work, but also other private companies in these things. So we involved the companies from the beginning. So this was very well received by them and also by the media. And I want to mention that it is important to, in all these kind of programs, to also try to involve the civil society, as I know that it's been very well in the area, the government, but also the third sector, which is the private sector. The presentations to them of the possibilities and that they have to host employees. So we ran a lot of communication campaign to the HR managers of the biggest companies in Cyprus, and it was very well received. Knowing some of the organizations that presented before, this is a very important milestone of this effort of the integration, of the refugee integration. To involve all stakeholders from the beginning was, I think, the biggest success of this program. Thank you very much, and I remain at your disposal for anything that may come up later on.
Right, thank you, Nadia. I just thank you for this presentation, a very useful project indeed. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue this and other similar projects on work orientation and vocational training are very important. I don't know if Michalis is able to join us with sound this time. Michalis, are you there?
Can you?
Yes, we can.
Can you confirm that you can hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I will not turn on my camera just to avoid any other technical problems. And I'm really sorry for any inconvenience. Okay, so today I'm gonna speak about the National Plan on Integration of Migrants. I changed, just Yorgos, can you confirm me that when I change the slides, you can see the new one, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, the National Plan on the Integration of Migrants is something that we've been waiting very long. Okay, we've managed to develop, to draft it with the help of my colleagues in the Ministry of Interior and the European Funds Unit. It's the result of a co-funded project through AMIF. The project duration is 46 months with a total budget of 150,000 euros. And the final beneficiary of the projects are a Greek company, consultancy company, the EO Group, together with the University of Cyprus and Opinion and Action Services Limited. Okay, the national plan the project started with a description of the as-is state, and then we have extended focus groups together with targeted interviews so that we could have feedback of all relevant stakeholders including national authorities, local authorities, NGOs, international organizations, as well as migrants organizations, even informal ones, and migrants themselves. The result of the focus groups and the targeted reviews was the first edition, which was on I think you lost me for a while. Now I'm back. So the first edition of the National Plan on the Integration of Migrants was on public consultation until 10 days ago. During the public consultation, all the stakeholders had the opportunity again to express their views on integration, and as well as the comments on the specific actions included on the first edition. Okay, by the end of the year, it is expected that we will have the second and final edition, which will then be adopted by the Council of Ministers, and that way it will be an official policy and strategy of the Republic. Now, the action plan has 8 priorities, which you can see. We have 6 main priorities and 2 horizontal ones. We have the skills and recognition and certification priority, which is mainly actions how to recognize previous skills from that migrants have, and as well as skills that they may acquire while on the island, and how to provide certification about the skills that they have or even informal one. Then we have the training of migrants with actions about education, vocational training, and even soft skills. Okay. Then we have a specific priority about raising awareness. I will speak more about that later. But the target group will not only be the hosting society, but also the migrants society. Then we have access to services, actions that will facilitate access to education, to health, even to labor market. Then we have support and counseling, a specific priority, so that we can help and provide support to migrants in all the aspects of their lives, and of course the priority about protecting human rights, and especially to vulnerable groups. Next to that 6 priorities, we have the 2 horizontal ones. The one is the development of some supporting tools which will support the whole plan and all the actions, including profiling, extended profiling, and also surveys. And the last priority is the management, monitoring, and evaluation of the plan, but not only of the plan, but also of the integration in Cyprus. Okay, and let's be some more specific about the topic today, which is combating racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. Okay, in the plan, we tried to tackle these problems with actions in 3 ways. The first one will be the raising awareness in both societies, in both the hosting society and the migrant societies. and not only to the general public, but also to specific groups like the public servants or the servants in the local authorities. And that is people that are in contact more often with the migrants than the general public. And the second way is to empower and strengthen the migrants, and the migrants themselves, as well as the society and their organizations, formal and informal ones. And finally, the best way to combat racism and discrimination is to bring together migrants with the Cypriots, with the hosting society, in all aspects of their lives. And the idea, the notion of contact between migrants and Cypriots is really important, and it has not to be only about some cultural events or I don't know, something that is not a significant part of their life, meaning that they do, let's say, separate groups must be in contact even in professional life and also in schools and in all aspects. Okay, and I will continue with some specific actions that are included in the National Action Plan. Under the priority of raising awareness, we have an informational and raising campaign for the general public, similar to the one existing today. But we also foresee targeted campaigns for enterprises and employers, for mass media and the journalists, and also for the public service and the local authorities. These are three main groups that have been identified that they need, that we need to focus on them, simply because it's the persons that are in more contact with migrants. Next to that, we have an action about raising awareness about the informal migrants councils and to find ways to cooperate, to find ways of cooperation between the migrants and the local authorities, including finding ways to promote voluntarism among the migrants and the hosting society. And the voluntarism hasn't always to be about migrants and migrants' problems. We have, and we want to raise awareness also about the problems that migrants and Cypriots share together. For example, about environmental issues. Under priority 4, which is access to services, we have included actions targeting the empowerment and strengthening of migrants and the hosting society. So we have actions about strengthening the school education that includes training of teachers and the school administration, and also some actions targeting the students and, most importantly, their families. And under this priority, we also have we propose actions of strengthening the local authorities and finding the ways to increase migrants' participation in the decision making in the local authorities. This action comes to complement the previous actions that that wants to empower migrants. And of course, in this action, we have several work groups and trainings about for the public servants, the teachers, and the medical staff. I will continue with an action that here in the Ministry of Interior, we think that it is one of the most important actions within the National Action Plan. And this has to do with the support and counseling. So next to the current migrant information centers, the MyHubs, we want to introduce the notion of the guidance counselor. The idea is that each migrant or each family will have its own personal guidance counselor, ideally from day one. So from the moment the migrant arrives on the island, we want him or her to have a person that will support the migrant throughout the whole integration process. And this support, this counseling, will be about all aspects of the migrant's life. It is an action that we think it's very important because we want this guidance counselor to be the focus point for the migrants and the point where the migrants could address all of its problems, his problems, his or her worries, even his or her expectations and dreams, what he thinks that he could or should do with his life on the island. Okay, and next priority, really closely related with the topic today, is the priority named Priority 6 under the label Protecting Human Rights. Here we want to have a code of conduct against racism together with a guide for managing and recording racist incidents in the society. Right now, we have something similar for the schools, and we want the code, and we want a new code to develop a new code for the general public and for incidents against the migrants. We also foresee some an action, probably workshops and training modules against hate speech, and which of course again will be focused on hate speech against migrants. And the other two actions related to what we discuss tomorrow have to do with the empowerment of specific migrant groups. The first one is the women migrants, and we want to reach out to them and actually inform them about their rights. Specifically, we want to reach out to the domestic workers. A series of problems have been identified that women migrants and domestic workers face. And this action is designed in order to tackle this these problems. And we also plan to have a network for vulnerable groups as a way to, again, strengthen and empower vulnerable groups, including minors, the LGBTI community. And now I'd like to talk about the, that's an error in the PDF, it's priority 7, about the supporting tools that are included in the National Action Plan. So there is this idea that we will have a series of social research and surveys that will help policy makers and also everybody active in the field of integration in their work. And more specifically, we'd like to repeat the survey made by UNHCR and University of Cyprus. I think that was 2 years ago, about the perception of Cypriots, about the migrants, and also have a more focused one about the perception of the public servants. And moreover, we'd like to have a survey, I think for the first time in Cyprus, about the perceptions the migrants have about the Cyprus, about the Cypriots, about the system, and also about the integration process. And finally, or I think it's not finally, and we have we also want to develop a platform for registering and tackling racism and discrimination. The idea is to provide an online tool for migrants mainly, but also for everybody interested, to register, to report incidents of racism, discrimination, and or xenophobia, which will then be handled by the competent authorities. Okay, and we know that one of the problems is that the migrants are afraid to report the problems they face, to report to the national authorities the problems they have, especially about racism and discrimination. And the idea of developing such an online tool is the solution we propose, so that the migrants feel more secure to talk about their problems, especially about the racism that they may face in Cyprus. Okay, and a little bit about the annual report. That the annual report on integration will be the main monitoring tool about integration and integration in Cyprus. It will be developed by the Ministry of Interior and the Advisory Board for the integration of migrants. And related to what we talk about, there will be a dedicated chapter about racism and xenophobia, which will include specific indicators about the xenophobia in Cyprus. And moreover, some of the projects and will include indicators and will about xenophobia and racism. Okay, this was a really short, also because of the time, and I'd like again to apologize for the technical problems. Just one more thing that came up from today's discussion and isn't included in my presentation. I'd like to mention that one of the actions proposed on the National Action Plan has to do with the legislation. We have foreseen a specific action about the legislation in Cyprus related to integration. And simply enough, what we want to do is to open the discussion and have a very structured approach to see what we need to change in our legislation regarding integration. It's true that about integration, there is absolutely nothing in our legislation. The only thing is that in the proposed legislation about the local authorities, for the first time, it will be specifically mentioned that one of the competencies of the local authorities will be to develop and implement integration projects. But yes, and this is an answer to some questions raised earlier today. We want and we hope that we will have a look at our legislation in order to tackle the problems that arise from the legislation and not from the implementation of the projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michalis, for this very useful and informative presentation about the National Integration Plan, which is still a work in progress, as we understand. Before we can take any questions, let's first move on to our final speaker for the day and for this session. Mr. Doros Polykarpou is the Executive Director of KISA and an activist for human rights for many, many years now. So, Doros, thank you for sticking around and for joining us for this conference.
Congratulations for the conference. I hope you hear me well. Thank you very much for the invitation. Just give me a sign that you hear me well, at least, because I'm a bit, yes, thank you very much. So for the last 2 days, unfortunately, my mother had an accident and I am in Limassol out of my working space, and this is why I wasn't sure that I would be able to cope with this situation. However, I think it's very important to participate and try to contribute to this very important aspect. So I was asked to give my opinion on the issues that I believe that they might negatively impact or make the implementation or the realization of this task of integration, and they become a more or less structural obstacle in our society. And I will refer to 7 parameters in brief. Well, I think it's just to comment a bit on the previous presentation by Mr. Beys. It's important to see that we had an action plan, and it was a very comprehensive one with a lot of similar listing of a lot of ideas, activities, and suggestions, and none of it was implemented, to be honest. So I would like to hear, I thought it will be included the experience of the previous action plan and why it failed completely into this thematic. It's one of my preliminary remarks. I am a bit skeptical because I believe that there are 2 other things that did make me feel a bit concerned. First of all, I didn't see any legislative changes in this integration plan. Without legislative changes, and there are serious problems in our legal framework that obstacle integration, and without serious policy changes, I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to implement an action plan that is not going to be only pieces of activities that will be as a pilot testing activity will be implemented, but will have a more structural impact in our society. Now, having said this, I think I will get to the comment of Nikos, because I quite agree, and it's not just the Minister of Interior the problem. We have over the last years a very, very difficult environment when it comes to political will to deal with these issues. Without the necessary political will, I believe that is academics and any other stakeholders cannot achieve the aim of integration in this society. And my feeling is that we are lacking of a political will. The Minister of Interior repeatedly said that with the situation we have right now, it's impossible to speak about integration, even to speak about integration. He said repeatedly that, and when he presented his comprehensive migration and asylum policy, and we saw that everything was reduced to the idea on how to tackle the so-called abusive or negative applications for asylum in the country. So I will be interested to have a focus group with politicians and hear their opinion as well. I'm sure there was no such a focus group, to hear the opinion of the politicians, whether they understand that migrants and refugees are people who are equal human beings in our society, and they should participate equally in all spheres of our life. Unless we agree on the aim, it's going to be difficult to speak about integration. It's impossible to integrate people when the politicians aim at limiting their access to labor market, limiting their time in the country, limiting the family reunification rights, limiting so many other rights. So, point one, and it's very important, it's unclear how this action plan, and it's unclear for me how we are going to change the political will that is not existing right now in order to, and is the most important aspect to implement it. The second aspect is, in order to succeed with integration, you need an open and inclusive society. And unfortunately, because of the Cyprus problem, nationalists, and because of the crisis, because of the, and I don't speak about the refugee crisis, I speak about any other crisis in this society, whether it's about political or ethical or whatever aspects of our society that we are, in my opinion, find us in a very difficult situation. Unless we manage to overcome the very toxic narrative in the social media, in the mainstream media, in the mainstream political discourse and governmental discourse, is going to be very difficult to create this environment that migrants and refugees can feel that there is a choice to become part of this society. We can make a lot of evaluations, we can speak with them about their dreams, about everything. The harsh reality from a society that is closed and becomes more and more hostile will not enable us to succeed, even with the best action plan in the world. I think it's interesting that we have structural discrimination. We didn't say one word about the serious structural discrimination, migrants and refugees. And when we speak about migrants and refugees, we have to define, because migrants and refugees are not a homogeneous group. There are different groups within these definitions, and we have to decide. And I don't see in the project, in this action plan, a strategy, a methodology, and more and define who is the target group we speak about with the specific aims. In my opinion, we cannot speak about integration in the educational system when we have a law that even recognizes refugees. I can tell you and I don't want to go into cases because we don't have the time for it, but just an example how harsh the conditions are in this country. Stateless person, he came in the age of 3. He's studying now in the University of Thessalonica. He's a stateless person from Syria, recognized refugee. All his life in Cyprus, went through all the public education of Cyprus. And when he applied for the benefits for studying his father and mother, his parents, the answer was, you are not a Cypriot and European. And this is not the only law. Refugees and migrants, forget migrants, even recognized refugees that they were supposed to be covered by the legal framework, are excluded from the protection of the rental law, are excluded by protection access to benefits with structural barriers. And I think unless we tackle this clear structural discrimination, this hostility within the policies and the implementing authorities, we will, in my opinion, very difficult achieve positive results on the issue of integration. Now, in my opinion, it's impossible to integrate domestic workers unless we give up the current migration model that provides that domestic workers are more or less in a dependency that, and in a management, a migration visa management regime that is comprehensive, different than the rest of the society. They have to, they cannot obtain jobs through the governmental agencies responsible for employment. They cannot change employers. They cannot, many things, I mean, they cannot be self-employed in the country. There are so many obstacles. And in my opinion, unless we overcome these difficulties, it's a joke, believe me, to speak about integration of domestic workers in this country. And in the same direction is also the group of the people working in the farming and agriculture. Unless we touch and we give up this migration model and this management that is in the hands of corrupted exploitation rings, whether they are from their own country, whether they are from professionals in Cyprus, linked to the authorities as well, because we should not close the eyes. We should be honest and see that these networks cannot exist without having the space to operate even within the governmental structure. In my opinion, we need a very clear action plan. We need a strategy. We need with actions related to the groups we want to integrate and link to the strategy. In my opinion, and I finish with it, this is the last parameter, apart from the resources, in my opinion, it's very important to make integration not just increase the capacity of the migrant and the community-led organizations, but to make the integration, to put it in the hands of the people who are interested to become equal citizens in this society. I didn't see any strong input in this program, any strategy, any methodology on how to achieve, for example, voting rights at local level that we have an obligation to give to migrants and refugees in this society. Just to mention one, apart from it, they are completely abandoned and not present in the media, in art. I mean, if you are a recognized refugee, you cannot apply, for example, to the cultural services of the Ministry of Education for funding like Cypriots and European artists, because you are very definitely, we have a very exclusive discriminatory legal framework. In my opinion, These are the parameters that we have to discuss if we have the political will, and more important, to take a serious decision whether we really want these people to be equally treated, because they are equal. We don't give them a chance to be equal, and we don't give them a chance to live in equality in this society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doro, for your presentation, and thank you for taking the time. We are at a point where we soon have to close our conference. However, we have a few questions, and Doros raised a number of very interesting points. I don't know if, Michali, would you like to address a few of these points? And we also have a couple of questions.
I think I have to address the points and some of the questions.
Great.
Let's start with the questions about the Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Domestic Workers. I will have to check out with the Ministry of Labor, because they are under the convention, the competency of that ministry, not Ministry of Interior. About the first national plan, we're talking about a plan 10 years old. Okay? I don't see why we had to evaluate a plan that old while we have a current evaluation of integration. Okay, we didn't have a specific evaluation of the first national plan because we didn't do it when we had to do it. Okay, to do it now, I don't think any added value. We evaluate the integration and the integration policy. I don't see why we should do what we didn't do when we had to do it. Okay, about the global compact on refugees and that the integration plan does not take it into account. Mr. Trimikliniotis, if you could be more specific, I'd just like to mention that under the Global Refugee Forum, which is strongly connected to the Global Compact on Refugees, Cyprus has submitted 4 or 5 pledges related to integration. And some more questions about the right to marriage. Okay, of course, everybody has the right to get married. Okay, the issue here is not about having the right to get married. The issue is that the law demands from asylum seekers to have and to provide a non-impediment certificate, a certificate that they are not already married from their own country. Okay, we have identified the problem that there are some asylum seekers, not refugees. This provision of the law is not about refugees, it's about asylum seekers. We have identified the problem, okay, and we're trying to find a solution to these specific cases of asylum seekers that cannot have this certificate from their own country. And now some comments about what Mr. Polykarpou said. Okay, first of all, about the political will. Please credit the Ministry of Interior with the fact that it is the one that promoted and has actually created and funded this action plan. Okay, and since the action plan is the result of our efforts, okay, that means that there is also the will on behalf of the minister and on behalf of the ministry to do it and to implement it. Okay, about the need to have an open and inclusive society. Yeah, we couldn't agree more. Okay, that's why we have so many actions on raising awareness and bringing together migrants and Cypriots. Okay, yes, of course we know the problems and the mentality of a part of the Cypriot society. Okay. After all, we all live and we are all part of this society. About the education and about the adult education, I would like to mention that the Ministry of Education is in the progress of defining the national strategy of long-term education and of adult education. And we are pretty sure that migrants and the problems that they face will be part of this policy and strategy. And finally, about the right to vote. In this action plan, we tried not to be very, how to say it? We tried to keep things doable and simple. Okay, of course, it will be really nice if we had a way and if we had the opportunity to discuss about the right of the migrants to vote. But before that, we have to do some other things. We have to promote the civic participation of migrants. We have to find ways to make them part of the decisions. Okay, and then yes, we could discuss about the right to vote. Okay, that's why we hope that from the beginning of the next year, okay, NGOs and most probably some international organizations will be able to participate in the meetings of the advisory board on the integration of migrants. This is the high level, let's say, decisive board about integration policy. Okay, so yes, what we want to do is not to be really there. We try to have small steps. That's the way we approach the action plan. And I don't know if there's something else. About the application for travel documents for subsidiary protection, it is not suspended, but we need a couple more days or let's say definitely before Christmas to put everything in writing, and it will be resumed. Okay, it's just a matter just to clear all the steps and the necessary documents that we need about that. About the residence permit of refugee children born in Cyprus, there are two cases. There is the case that the child will or is included in the decision of the asylum service. For this case, the problem is solved. If the minor is in the decision of the asylum service, the problem is solved, they can have the residence permit. Okay, about children that were born in Cyprus, okay, we are in the process of solving again the problem. Just give us, we have find the solution, and all we need is to make the solution proposed official. Okay, the problem will be solved really, really soon, and that we hope also again before the end of the year. Okay, they will get the residence permit, and it will be not a visitor one. I don't know if I've missed anything else.
Michalis, thank you for this. Thank you for answering a number of questions. Just to add, before we move on, that we do have refugee and asylum seeker participation in this conference, both in the speakers and also among participants. And we also have people watching us on Facebook since this event is open and it's been live streamed. As regards a number of comments on the integration plan. Of course, this is a long discussion to have, and the integration plan is quite long. It's around 160 pages with a number of actions and a number of issues to be discussed, both on the content and the methodology, as Doros mentioned. We cannot cover all this in the short time that we have left. However, Michali, what this appears to be, and this is not a personal opinion or the opinion of the agency, but what we see from the civil society, from a number of NGOs and the charity workers, is this impression that we have an issue with the narrative that is being used on behalf of a number of officials and the wording that is being used to cover refugees and migration issues. Do you think that there may be a need to renew let's say, contract between civil society and the government to attempt to communicate better and maybe to establish a platform of exchange between the civil society and the Ministry of Interior in order to try and address a few of these issues and maybe reach a common ground when it comes to the discussion, not only on the integration plan or integration issues, but in general about migration. Do you see added benefit in a renewed effort to approach the civil society for a renewed dialogue on the issues on behalf of the ministry?
Okay. I think that the situation that you described is much better now than it was a couple of years ago. And by that, I mean that the cooperation between NGOs and the Ministry of Interior, especially in matters of integration, is much better now. And I think that there is this channel that NGOs and all stakeholders can communicate with the ministry or with the Civil Registry and the Migration Department about the ways to improve this cooperation. Okay, apart from what I mentioned, the participation of a couple of NGOs in the advisory board. One of the actions included in the action plan, it is an absolute priority for the ministry. It is to create local integration networks, local integration councils. You can name it the way, any way you want, in the sense that the Intercultural Council of Limassol works. I think this is one of the best practices that Cyprus has to show. What we want to do and really soon is to establish this kind of structures in the whole island, and that way there will be this forum where all local stakeholders, we will have the opportunity to express their views, to bring forward their problems, and of course participate in any decision making, especially what we want to develop is local integration strategies.
Thank you so much, Michali. Thank you, Michali. Thank you, Doro. Thank you, everyone who participated in this and the previous two sessions. Thank you, participants, for your patience and for staying with us until the end of our event today. Unfortunately, we have to go, but let me just remind you that we have the second and final day of our conference tomorrow. We have 3 sessions. We promise to try and be more strict with our speakers when it comes to keeping the time to a maximum of 20 minutes per presentation. There are a lot of issues to discuss, and we understand that it's not easy to limit the points that one has to make, especially when most of the people we have in our conference, both today and tomorrow, are individuals who are working in close contact and in daily communication with not only governmental departments, but mainly individuals who are in dire need of support. So we have to show a little bit more understanding to our participants for maybe taking a bit more time in their presentations. Unfortunately, the fact that we are unable to have an in-person event limits also our ability to give to you a conference as we precisely as we envision it. But we are trying our best. We hope that you were able to get something from the day, and that you will also join us tomorrow for the 3 remaining sessions of our conference. Tomorrow we will discuss the employment of asylum seekers and refugees, the promotion of inclusion and preventing xenophobia through education, and finally, another very interesting topic, the representation of refugees and asylum seekers in Cyprus media. We will have with us government workers, journalists, humanitarian workers, and colleagues. Thank you very much for being with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.